Hello! Hello, everybody! Welcome to the Inspired by Mystery. Sorry. I, of course, did not turn my volume down because I'm super professional. My bad. Hello, everyone. My name is Sammy Soros. I am the host of the Inspired by Mystery podcast, which most of you probably know already. And I have my very long time and dear, fantastic friend on tonight. This is my friend Brogan. Everybody, welcome Brogan. Yay! The crowd goes wild. I am so happy that I get to have you on the show tonight. It's going to be so much fun. Good. This is going to be so awesome. Um, so we were just talking before we hit start, and we realized that we met each other 18 years ago, which is crazy. 18 years. Oh, hold on one second. We can't. Oh. Okay, give me a mic test real quick. Okay. Sorry, I realized that we couldn't hear you. I think that I kept you muted for a second, but you should be good to go right now. We've got Brogan in the house. I hope everybody can hear. I bet we can. Plain toast, no jam. Welcome into the chat, my friend. Greetings and salutations. Yeah, thank you, Dusty Rockets. He's the best mod ever. He came down and let me know that we could not hear you, but we got it. We got it. Now you can hear me. I can hear you. Everybody can hear everybody. So we are on the right track. But yeah, 18 years. We met each other 18 years ago, which is the most bizarre mind trip of a realization to have, that it was 18 friggin' years ago. Like, time flies when you're having fun, apparently, because that is like a lifetime. It's crazy. Yes, it was 2004. And I actually wanted to give you guys a little bit of a of a backstory on how me and Brogan met each other. It's a very unique circumstance. So some of you guys in chat might know that back in the day, oh wait, hold on. We still can't hear. Hold on. Everybody hold on. For some reason, they can't hear you. Interesting.
I'm not sure.
That was it, huh? Okay. So sorry, everybody. Thank you for minding us during our technical difficulties.
Let me see if that fixed it. We might have to restart OBS.
Okay, we're gonna do a test real quick. I'm so sorry. Technology is not my strong point, but I'm doing my best to try to figure it out. Dusty's gonna do a test, and hopefully it works good. Hopefully we don't have to restart the program, but we're gonna have Dusty's gonna pop in the chat and let me know if you can be heard. Yes, that worked. Okay, fantastic. We are rolling now. Hey, JT! Thank you so much for subscribing. Oh, and my friend Justin is here too. Hell yes. I am so happy to have all of my friends here right now for this awesome episode that we're about to have.
Oh my gosh, the Risky Biscuit people are here.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that's my very dear friend
on your
Justin.
podcast.
Yeah.
Hi.
I've known Justin for longer than you. Shit, man, it's crazy. Yeah, I'm glad you're here, Justin. I love you. So a little bit of backstory, which actually it's funny Justin's here for this because he's the only person in this chat that even remembers this part of my life. I was married at one point to a fellow named Gabe, and we got married in Atlanta, and we decided that we were going to travel the country because I'd never been anywhere before, and he was a big traveler. We met in Atlanta. We ended up getting married in South Florida, and Justin of Risky Biscuit Band, they actually played my wedding. They were my wedding band. It was great. They were a band called Contraption that Justin was in. It's awesome. But me and Gabe decided we were going to travel the country because I had never seen anything before, and we wanted to figure out where to live. So we buy this van and we just take off, and we're on this adventure. And we're just going random places. We're just hitting random places and meeting random people. And if we liked somewhere, we would stay. If we didn't like it, we would go. And we randomly end up in Pismo Beach, California. And I had never been to California besides this trip. We went to San Diego first, and we kind of hit some spots along the way. LA, we worked our way up, and we were in Pismo Beach. And I don't remember exactly where we met. Do you remember specifically where it was? It was somewhere in downtown Pismo.
I probably just, there's like a loop. I mean, downtown Pismo is like one street that makes a
Yeah.
loop, right? So I'm pretty sure it's just like at the bottom by the pier, maybe.
Yeah,
or
I think we
something.
just met on the street. We're these travelers. There was some cool hippie punk looking people, and somehow we just started chatting. And we're like, yeah, we're traveling, and you're like, oh my god, you guys seem awesome. You should just come and hang out. Like, at my house is kind of like a traveler's haven, and we have travelers come through all the time. So you guys should totally just like come and hang out. And we're like, awesome, let's do it. We don't know anybody. You seem amazing, so let's do it. Let's go hang out and meet your friends. And that was how our friendship began. We brought our van to your house, and you're like, you can totally park your van safely outside of my house, and you can stay,
Right.
and we'll hang out. And it was fucking great, because I was like, this is amazing. We don't know
It was
anybody,
the best.
and now we met all of these friends. And weirdly,
And there were so many.
There was.
We had so many people
There
go in and out of
was.
our house at all times.
You were like,
Yeah.
yeah, it was cool. Your mom was really open to travelers. So it was really super cool, having your mom being so like welcoming to just like, whatever, everybody come and go. It's totally fine. But we had a
Yeah.
really interesting experience the first day that we met. So we met, and you're like, hey, a bunch of us are going to go to San Luis Obispo to go to this farmer's market. You're like, come to the farmer's market. And we're like, well, what the fuck else are we doing? You know, we're just, let's do it. Let's go to this random farmer's market. I'd never even been to a farmer's market in my life at that point too. We
Really?
No.
You went to the farmer's market?
No, we didn't have
That's
them in
crazy.
Florida or in Atlanta. Like, it was
I
not a
guess
thing.
I guess they weren't a thing. Now they're everywhere.
Yeah,
Farmers
but it's
markets.
definitely more of a
Yeah.
like West Coast kind of thing. So I was like, that sounds fun.
Oh, okay.
Let's go to this farmer's market. So a few of your friends and us, we all decide to go, and we have a van. So we're like, oh, we'll pile some people in. So we did like 2 different carloads basically, and took some of these random like young kids. Like, you were 14 at the time. I was 23 or 24, I think. Oh, Justin says you had a farmer's market in Atlanta?
20.
Really? Why, I'd never seen a farmer's market. Maybe because it was too early for us and we never actually made it on time to a market. That might be the case. It might be the case.
You have to be out of bed by 11.
Fuck
so.
that shit.
Yeah.
It's hard when you go to sleep at like 8 or 9 in the morning, you know? Oh, somebody said I was there too. Ooh.
At the farmer's
Wh-
market? Or at my house?
Whitney.
Who is that?
Or out.
Whitney.
Whitney.
For that.
Whitney!
You remember Whitney?
Yes!
Whitney's tuning
Oh
in
my
right
god,
now.
that's awesome! That's
We're
so cool.
still like BFFs. Yeah, Whitney.
Holy shit, Whitney, that's so amazing.
Blast from
I'm
the
glad you're
past,
here.
yeah.
Yes. Crazy. But yeah, I was substantially older than the majority of you guys, but you guys were so cool. I don't care, you know, like we were having a great time. And we met some of these young folks, and we go to this farmer's market, and not to like get all like, you know, sad and doom and gloom, but I think this situation that I'm about to tell you guys was a really profound experience, I think, for myself, for you, and for all of us that were involved.
And for Whitney too.
And for Whitney. So
Yeah.
we pile some of these kids in our van. We go to the farmer's market. You took a separate vehicle or whatever, and we all meet up, and we have this super fun time at the farmer's market. And then we're like, okay, it's like 9 o'clock or whatever. Like, we're gonna go, and we're like waiting for some of the kids that came with us, and we're like, well, we're not gonna leave. They came with us, so we're just gonna wait for them. And we waited and we waited, and they just never showed up. So we were like, well, I guess they found another ride back home or whatever. So I guess we'll just head out. And we go to get on the highway, and there's like flares on the highway, and there was like something was going on, and we're like, oh, weird. That's weird. Come to find out later on, a cop shows up at your house. We're all sitting there, and we're like, where are Chad and Logan? Like, it's so weird. They're just missing. And a cop shows up at your house randomly, which I still to this day don't know how they even knew your address or whatever. But they're like,
Yeah, that was really
and
bizarre.
I remember I had weed in my
Probably because of
hand.
Chad.
Probably. Yeah, our friend Chad
Yeah.
probably was like, this is where everybody's at. I had weed in my hand. I chucked it in a bush when I saw cops coming. I was like, fuck this shit. You know, I was still thinking East
Yeah.
Coast, like, I'm going to go to jail. And
Yeah.
the cops are like, does anybody know how to get in touch with Logan's parents? And we're like, Logan's parents? Like, no, but like, what's up? What's going on? And they're like, we're not at liberty to say. And now we're all like, what the fuck is going on? I remember us sitting in your front yard, like,
Yeah, it
what
was
is
so
going
scary.
on? Nobody knew what was happening. And a little while later, Chad shows up, like, distraught. And we're like, what the fuck happened? And Logan and Chad, for whatever reason, didn't meet up with us and didn't get in our van and decided to walk. And they were walking on the side of the highway, and a car hit Logan and just killed him on impact. And I had just met everybody that day. You know, you guys had known each other at least for a bit, but like, we just come into town and we meet these nice people and we bond and we have this amazing experience, like hanging out. Now we're all friends. And this guy that we just met just dies that day. And it was a crazy experience that we just met, and we had this like bonding moment over this. And it was like a kind of a grieving session, honestly. And we're like, holy shit, like he was in our car a few hours ago. Like the last vehicle he ever rode in was like my vehicle. And I just kept thinking, if he just would have got back in our van, man, it would have been amazing, because he would have made it. But one of the most interesting things is Chad had told us when they were walking down the road together that that young kid, he was like, how old was he at the time? Maybe 18 or something. And he's like, yeah, I'm like finally like 18, and I'm an adult and I'm about to go to college and move out of my parents' house. And for the first time in my life, I'm just happy. And those were his last words, which is like some pretty good last words. But it was such a bizarre experience where now all of a sudden, like, we are all on this team, like having to deal with this like trauma. And
Yeah.
it's sad and it's horrible and it's unfortunate, but what a bonding experience to have, you know, for all of us. I remember we all went up to some cliffs and like had a little party and had a little send-off party,
Yeah.
you know, and like it was a really profound experience, being a traveler and never having anybody that I really knew die. And that happened. It really gave me perspective on my life. It changed my perspective of my life and the fleeting nature of being a human, and how one minute you're there and then all of a sudden one day you could not be there, and you never would expect it. You never know when it's coming, you know? So for me, it really affected me substantially, where I felt like I was able to really appreciate things even more, and, you know, kind of live for the day even more. I've always been like that, but it really kind of honed that in. So like, do you feel like it had a similar type of effect on you? Like, what was your perspective of going through that experience?
Um, I do. I just remember like wanting to like help Chad. Like Chad, I don't know if you knew much about him, but like he was a foster youth who he was from Bakersfield, and he just didn't get along with his foster family, and he always just felt kind of like he didn't belong anywhere. And we'd have these like long talks, I remember, about how he just like didn't feel like loved and wanted, you know what I mean? So I
So
remember just
sad.
being like, I need to be there for Chad right now, because he just went through yet and again another like tragic thing. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Yeah, that
Like
was a good
here,
empathetic response to that.
I just remember that like being, I was young, I was 14, you know, so I was like a lot younger, kind of just like hanging out in with the teen kids. You know what I mean? And I just remember always like wanting to like care for Chad. You know what I mean? Or like make sure he was doing okay, because yeah, he had a really, a lot of kids have really really tough lives. You know what I mean? And I just remember thinking like,
Yeah.
what can we do for Chad to make him feel okay? Because he witnessed the whole thing, and that's extremely traumatic.
Oh,
You know?
absolutely. Yeah, so we
Yeah,
decided to stay for a few days, and that was, I think, a really good call. We stayed, I don't remember how long it was, maybe a week or something like that. And we just kind of like all processed everything together and all kind of like had time to just sit and like sit with it and talk about it and all of that. And
yeah,
it was a really, it was a good experience in the end. Of course, it was a very tragic scenario to happen, but you
yeah,
know, like I don't know. I don't know if we would have just hung out and gone to the farmers market and then we would have just left the next day if something like that didn't happen.
yeah. We
So
wouldn't have been friends. And
I don't know if we would still be here having this conversation. So, you know, there's always some kind of silver lining that comes out of
I
tragic
think
events.
Whitney. I don't know if Whitney's still here. I think she was like, were you dating Logan Whitney at the time or something? I like sort of remember Whitney was like highly affected by this experience too.
Oh, man.
She there? I don't know. I think she was either like dating him or like trying
Oh,
to.
no.
Yeah, like
So sad, man. It's oh wow.
bummer, right?
That's extra crazy. I didn't
Yeah.
even remember any of that. Jesus. But
I mean, we like when you're young like that, when you're a kid like that, and a lot of us didn't. I mean, I had my mom, you know what I mean? But a lot of the, oh, it wasn't. Sorry, I don't know why I remembered that like that. I don't know why I thought that was what was going on with Whitney. I'm reading the chat, but no, a lot of us didn't have like homes that were. I mean, I we had my home that we shared with everyone, you know what I mean? But a lot of the kids who would come in didn't have homes. They didn't have families like traditional, you know, family. So that was family. Like
yeah.
we were family to a lot of kids who didn't have uh, people who they felt cared about them,
I
whether it's
love
because they didn't
that.
fit, you know, they didn't fit in society or they were misfits or, you know, they weren't, for some reason, they weren't getting that home life. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And we kind of just made our own. We made our own family
You know, that was
beyond
something that
the
was so special about
thing.
your home. Is I could feel that. I could feel that you guys were so welcoming to, you know, all different types of people, people that needed somewhere to be. And we didn't need anywhere to
Hmm.
be. We were traveling, but it was like we were welcome to join this nice, like, you know, the land of misfit toys type of thing, you know? Like,
Yeah,
hey, this is like, there's a bunch of really unique people that are all here for their own unique reasons. And,
right.
you know, we
Like
were
punks and
welcomed it.
hippies and anyone else who just didn't fit in the thing,
I
you know?
loved it. It was so cool. It was a really unique experience finding you guys. I mean, in all of our travels, you guys were the most like I don't know, open, I guess. Like you guys were real friends and I could feel that. And here we are still to this day, you know? And I love it. I love that experience. I thought it was really special that you guys opened your home to everybody for forever. And you know, it sucks cuz some people
Hmm.
did take advantage of that. One of the guys that was there when we were all hanging out, somebody stole shit from your house, man. And it was
Yeah.
such a bummer, but I ended up going to the rainbow gathering and I called him out super hard while he was on acid. He was tripping balls on acid and I called this guy out so hard and then I had other hippies like reprimanding me for making like there's no bad vibes in the forest, man. And I was like, fuck you, you don't even know the situation. This guy's a thief and he stole from my friends who are good people. Like, I will kill all of you. That's what I was like. I don't think I belong at a rainbow gathering. I think I'm too feisty for the fucking rainbow gathering, man.
I was I was so jealous that you guys got to go. I wanted to go so
I
bad. I
wish you were
could
able to
tell.
come. I really wish you were able
I
to
had
come.
my my issues at the time where I wasn't able to leave the county, but
Oh,
you know.
yeah.
Mhm.
But it was
I didn't get the pass. The rainbow gathering didn't
no,
count.
that sucks.
Not
But you
get
know,
the
one of the
pass.
things
Yeah.
about you at the time that I thought was so awesome is, like I said, I was like 20, I think I was 23 at the time, and you were 14. And that sounds
Hmm.
like kind of creepy and weird from the outside looking in. Like, why was a 23-year-old hanging out with a 14-year-old? But like, it didn't matter how old you were. Like, just upon meeting you, you have been always like so wise beyond your years. Your
Aw.
eclectic taste in music, which was like very unique for somebody of that age, your like introspective nature, your love for art, your love for culture, you're like you always wanted to ask questions and try to understand like what the nature of like existence is. And for a young person, I was like that as well. So it was neat because I saw like
Mhm.
myself in you, and I was like, yo, I'm not just gonna not hang out with you because you're 14. Like you're worthy and you're valid. You know, you just haven't had as many years. It's fine. You know, but you're a
Right.
very unique young person. It's like old soul trapped in a young person's body at that point, which is
Yeah.
pretty cool.
I mean, I think a lot of, you know, I think there's a lot of kids out there who do have these deeper thoughts, who are trying to make sense of the world. I mean, I think that's a very teenage to it's like the teenagers to 25 anyway could kind of be its own chunk of like age span. You know what I mean? I've worked with a lot of teens myself, as a teacher, and I just find that, if given a voice, if given time to speak or time to write or time to express themselves, like I think most human beings in that age range are trying to figure it out. You know what I mean? Like what's my identity? I mean, you're building identity. Who am I? What am I doing here?
Sure. There's just a lot
What do
of
I
different
like? What are my
levels
passions?
of depth with that too, because some people are trying to figure
Yeah.
out like the surface things, but there are sometimes there's like some really special individuals that think way beyond the surface of like what kind of clothes do I want to wear and what kind of like group do I want to fit in with. It's like, who am I? Where did I come from? Where do we all
Yeah.
come from? Like what the fuck? Like that. I feel like
Mhm.
it's a cool, unique thing to be super deep and introspective at that age, because a lot of people, if you're not raised in environments where you have people really talking about that stuff, it can be a
Right.
lonely life. For me, my family didn't really talk about that level of stuff. So it was all just kind of like
Mhm.
internal. And I was like looking around for friends, like, hey, let's have this conversation. And people are like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm like, never mind. How about you guys? Do you guys want to have this conversation about like the
Oh.
existence of like, like just like, I don't know, of humans or souls or
Yeah.
whatever, And everybody was like, what the fuck are you talking about? So I was like, all right, I'm on my own. God damn it. But
Oh.
it sucks,
Until you saw your first episode of Cosmos and
I know. And then I'm like, yes, somebody understands.
finally
Carl fucking
Neil
Sagan, he's
deGrasse
been there the whole
Tyson.
time, for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, as I've gone
Yeah.
throughout my life, I've really like connected with people that do think outside of the little box and see past the boundaries that this world and the society kind of set up for you. And with you, it was definitely that. It was definitely, I was like, wow, you
Oh.
are like so special. So I'm so glad that like
Oh.
18 years later that we're still buds, and you're a mother yourself. You have a child yourself, and it's just crazy. I'm like, you were just like a kid when I met you, and now you have your own kid, and you have this amazing career, and you're just doing awesome. I'm so proud of you.
Aw, thank you. You too. You have like such a rich community of friends. I need to come to Seattle and meet your friends. Like
You do.
quarantine tea party. I don't know if anybody. Why I'm sure there's like a connection of like the families there, but like quarantine tea party got me through that horrible pandemic.
I'm so glad. I'm so glad.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a really good thing to bring people together and give people a chance to be able to post what they're really thinking, and not just on their page with their echo chamber of people and their family. Sometimes, like family have different political thoughts or whatever. So it was like a nice way to get everybody kind of together away from all of that other stuff, and just to feel free to meet each other. And there's so many people that have made friendship connections through that Facebook group that I
Yeah.
started. It's so awesome. It makes me so happy. And so you already have friends. Like, you have friends out here already.
Yeah, well, it's that I think what I admire a lot about you is you do gather community and like you're good at like organizing people to just have a really good time.
Thanks.
Like every time even just this having this podcast, you've organized this community of people and we're all having a really good time. Like I love watching your podcast
Thanks.
and
Thank
you
you.
you do like gather this like really like a cultivated, curated group of humans. And every time I've met your friends, I'm just like, oh my gosh, this person is
Thank you. It
amazing.
is a
You're like a
superpower of
magnet.
mine. I'm a magnet.
Yeah.
Um, uh, I used to just be a magnet for anybody, just randomly, and then I had to work on that because it was attracting sometimes the wrong types of people. And I'm so empathetic that it was hard to be
Yeah.
like, you're the wrong type of person. Gotta go. Because I have so much compassion for people that it was really hard for me to do that. So I've learned some boundaries, and I definitely keep the really good, solid homies around, and I love sharing them with each other. Like I love seeing when friends of mine make friends with other friends of mine. Like I love it, like creating these connections between people. It's just something that I've done everywhere that I've been, and like the more places I live and the more places I travel is the more people I meet that just get added into the whole bucket of fun. It's
Yeah.
great.
Yeah, I know it's great. And they're like creative people, interesting people, kind people. And it's actually super rare in this world. I'm not a magnet for a lot of people like that. So I'm just like in
Really?
awe of like who you've got it. Well, I mean, I kind of am, you know what I mean?
I
But I
feel
feel
like
like
you are.
I'm not as much as you are though. I wish I was more, but I also, live in a different place. I'm in a different, you know, place in my life. Plus, don't you work at like a wizard bar now?
I did.
You did. Oh,
I
what happened to
did.
the wizard bar?
In a nutshell, I decided that it uh, wasn't the best fit for me. Um, Basically, as long as everybody's being treated with respect, I'm in. And if I feel like that
Mhm.
wavers, then it's not something I can continue to put my energy in. But I actually have a new job, which is my dream job.
Oh,
I got like my literal dream job right now. Are you familiar with the artist Henry? When you were up here in Seattle, he's murals all over town. It's like really bright, colorful, super fun artwork. If you're
I
not,
feel like that's very familiar.
it probably, I mean, just you come into Seattle, he has murals all over the place. He's like really well known out here, and he's a very dear
Hmm.
friend of mine. And my new job, I am his business manager and agent.
What?
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah. I got a real
That's perfect.
deal, awesome gig working with a very close friend of mine, helping him to enhance his business and just helping him move forward. And it's helping me move forward. And he appreciates me, and I appreciate him. And it's all I ever wanted was like a
Oh,
mutual appreciation. And I just get to come up with ideas all the time to how to make things better. I'm a problem solver. It's what I do. And I'm finally
yes, you
able to
are.
do it and actually like officially be recognized as like, we need your ideas and we need your input and we need your organization and we need your motivation and your excitement and all of that. And I'm like, I got it. So that's what I'm doing right now. So that's a new development. So it's pretty
You're
cool.
valued. You're valued.
Thanks. It's
Isn't that
it's
great?
very great. It's
Yeah.
long time coming. I was in the service industry for like 24 years, and
Hmm.
honestly, I've never really felt very valued in it. Like people are like, you're like one of the best servers ever. You're the best server. So they'd say that, but then don't want to take my advice for anything or whatever. So it was just disappointing. I just felt like I kept trying in that industry, and it was just like, it just turned into a dead end. And I'm like, I'm 41 years old. I don't have time for this shit anymore. So,
Do you feel like so one of the new things I've been kind of exploring with like my business and working as a teacher is the kind of like destroying the hierarchy within both of those. So I feel like the service industry, I'm sure, has something like that. You've got the owner and then the managers, and then there's always like this hierarchy.
yeah.
And I've been listening incessantly to like leadership podcasts
Hmm.
and like organization podcasts and things. It's like something I'm really fascinated with. And it seems like all the research points to hierarchies are not efficient or productive, and they're, you know, they keep organizations and little boxes,
I think in
whereas if everyone's
a
valued,
lot of ways that's true. But ego is the thing that ruins that, because there needs to be
hmm
a lot of times somebody who is like a responsible party who is paying attention to all the little details. And when I was a manager,
right.
I would manage the pizza shop down in San Diego when I lived out there, and it was awesome because my management
hmm
style is I treated everybody as they are valued and they're all part of the team and nobody's
hmm
better than anybody. So here's the expectations. I'm leaving all of you
right.
guys alone. Just here's the deal. Here's the basic rules. Don't be an asshole, show up on time for your shift, do your
Yeah.
best, literally that clean up after yourself. It's very like basic shit. Don't give me a reason to have to
Yeah.
say shit to you. I'm going to leave you the fuck alone if you can just handle everything. It's when people
Yeah.
are falling short on things, that's when that leadership is important, But my leadership style, it was very unique and distinct where I would talk to them as a friend, as a
hmm
peer. Like, hey, here's the
right.
deal. Let me explain to you why this is important rather than just being like, do this thing because I said so. It's like the most annoying thing ever. Like, hey, here's the reason why this is important. So do me a
hmm
solid. Let's just do it like this from here on out, and we're moving forward. Everything's all good, It's all good. You're not in trouble. I'm
yeah.
not lecturing you. I'm not over you pointing my finger at you. It's just like somebody needs to kind of like be the glue to kind of make things work efficiently, because if you just leave everybody to their own devices, a lot of times shit gets haywire, So I enjoyed it. I loved it. I love being a
hmm
manager because I could really like connect with people and listen to people too, and like hear their sides of things. So there's like
Yeah.
three phases of my management style. Phase one, say it super nicely. Phase two, say it nicely, but also, hey, it's a reminder. I'm saying it again. I love you. It's fine, but I'm more serious this time. Like I'm a little more serious. And then by the third time, it's like, okay, now we need to have a legitimately more serious conversation, and we need some reminders of like who's in charge of what at this point, because you can't just do your own thing all the time. You're part of a team, and if you're putting more strain on other parts of the team, then it's not efficient. My job in all ways in life, just my life in general, I want to try to figure out the most efficient ways to handle any situation that comes up. So, as far as that goes, I think hierarchy to some degree, if it's treated with a respect and lack of ego, is
hmm
helpful to kind of keep things in check. But it's when the ego comes in and people get their titles and they get on this high horse because, well,
hmm
I'm the fucking manager, so I can say whatever and do whatever, Like that's when shit just goes so wrong. I mean, I'd love to be able to just think everybody will do the right thing all the time if I leave everybody alone, but they won't. They
hmm
don't, Everybody has different work ethic and
Yeah.
different ideas of what it is to complete a task, And then sometimes you need to do a little bit better. And that's where you have somebody inspiring management to try to help you reach that goal and to always want to do better. Like I want to do the best job I can. When I do something, I want to do the
hmm
best I can. I don't want to half-ass shit. When I was younger, I used to half-ass shit. Totally admit it. Hey, Chid! Woohoo! Thank you for resubbing, my
Oh,
friend.
look, you got a
I'm
subscription.
happy you're here. And I love Uncle Scar. Welcome. Woohoo! So yeah. So as far as that
Nice.
goes, like I think, teaching kids to take initiative on their own and to always want to do their best. I think that's the best way if we teach that pride in what it is that you do, whatever it is that you're doing. Are you going to make
Right.
a Lego castle? Well, make the most awesome Lego castle that you ever made, Like don't half-ass that shit. Like
Right.
push yourself to the next level. Like let's do it. So I think a lot of it starts with teachers such as yourself, is like teaching these core values to kids about
hmm
wanting to do their best, so that way people get off your back if you just do what you're supposed to do. I would rather just do what I have to do
Right.
to not have to hear shit from anybody else, to be honest with you.
I find myself just like as a student, I'm more inspired by like intrinsic motivation. So like if I'm gonna make a Lego castle, I want to have some say in like how it's designed, or I want to have some say in what's gonna, what color it's gonna be and who's gonna live in this castle. And I think if there's just like different learning styles, like kids learn differently. I've got 36 kids in a class, 36 learners.
Sure.
I mean, really, I have 150 students. But I have noticed that like giving choice and giving options, but also, guided options, but options has been really helps kids stay motivated. Me personally, I mean, you knew me when I was a kid. Being told what to do was the biggest drag on my existence. I did not do well in high school.
Me neither.
I was over it almost immediately. I went to 4 different high schools. I just struggled through them till I could graduate. I graduated a year early on independent studies.
God, that's amazing that you were able to not only
Yeah,
graduate considering the circumstances, but graduate early. That's amazing.
yeah. Well, once they were like, "Here's what you need to do. You have the freedom to do it, however you need to do it," because it was an alternative independent study school. Like you have to write an essay. It has to be an argument essay, but you can write it about whatever you want. Once I was given that freedom, I was able to excel.
That's
Um,
fantastic. I wish I had that as an
but if
option.
they
That sounds
were,
good.
yeah, and it helped me learn the skills that I needed to do the things I didn't want to do, but I had to do because I then had the skills once I was able to practice them and be intrinsically motivated by having, my own individual stamp on it.
That
Uh,
creativity, it's
so,
it's imperative. You're absolutely right. And
mhm.
me being a creative
For some kids,
individual as well, like having that choice makes you feel like you're a contributor. You're not just following a rule book, a model that's set out for you. Using the Lego castle as a metaphor here. Like, cool. Maybe you can show me how to build these towers and how to make a working door. I want to learn that because I don't know. I've never made a fucking castle before. I don't know. So I want to learn from you some really
yeah,
efficient things that I can use later in my life. But I also want to have my personal touch in it. I want to pick the color. I
yeah,
want to choose these things. Like you said, make up the whole story about whose castle it is. Like, it's so much more
right,
rewarding when we feel like we have contributed rather than just following these rules and doing exactly what people say. And I feel like in traditional learning experiences, that's how I felt. I felt like it's not about being creative. It's not about using your own mind and coming up with things. It's like, this is what we do at this school. This is what this class is teaching. And this is
hmm
what you have to do. And this is how you have to do it. You have to do the homework like this, and you have to turn it in at this specific time, and you have to take these tests like this. And if you don't do it the exact way we're telling you, you fail.
right.
And then you get
I think
dropouts.
music's a good example for me. I played guitar. I still play guitar. I love playing guitar. But I have no desire to take a music class. I think I took like saxophone in fifth grade. I didn't want to read the music and learn Pink Panther on a saxophone. Like I
Sure.
wanted to play some Joan Jett on my guitar. So,
Totally.
um, it's like a good example. Like, so I learned to play guitar on my own, or I found mentors who would help me reach my goals, you know, um, to do my thing.
You know what? Funny you mentioned
So,
about the music because I took a guitar class when I was in high school. And one of the things that like sucked for me is they were really focused on like, okay, we're going to learn how to play when the Saints go marching in. And I'm like, I don't give a
mhm,
fuck about when the Saints go marching in on guitar. I get that they're trying to teach a technical aspect and it's a song everybody knows the
right.
tune to. So I got why. But at the same time, I'm like, you're fucking boring me. Like, teach me how to play some Nirvana or something like that. And then I'm going to really be engaged and I'm going to be super into it. It's a matter of like trying to figure out what gets each person fired up and trying
hmm
to like honor that part. And I mean, it
Right.
sounds like that's what your whole like Rad Academy is doing. Like, I want you to tell us all more about Rad Academy. I'm so excited to hear even more about it, but it sounds like you're trying to like give individuality to all of these kids.
Well, I think that, well, first of all, kids get to, Rad Academy is still in a stage where I'm like reaching out to the community to see what they want. Because you can't help kids, you can't help a community by just offering things that they might not want, right? Um, so I've been like reaching out to people. Like when I first started, I was like, people are gonna want to, in my mind, I'm like, people are gonna want to drop their kids off and take off and go, you know, go on a date while I watch their kids and we do some art. But then I realized people are like, I would love to bring my child and do art with them. Like I would like to be with my kid doing these
That's
projects.
awesome.
Isn't that wonder? I was just like, oh my gosh, like I totally put kind of like
Wow.
my biased idea on what I thought people would want. So now I've just been trying to listen a little bit more, like, and ask people, like, what do you, we have this beautiful space. I mean, this fantastic space, like, how can we fill it with our community with the things that we all want, not just kids, but like parents and even adults. And I've had a lot of people from the senior community who are like, I want to learn how to play rock guitar, So there's
That's
been
so
like
cool.
so many different like I have a space right now, and we're still like a newborn baby. We just opened January 3rd,
Oh,
so
wow.
we're just like
Just opened.
yeah, January
Ah,
3rd,
that's
January 3rd.
awesome.
Yeah. I mean,
Wow.
it's been in my mind for a really long time,
Yeah.
but I heard a comment that like the business you start is not the business you're going to run, because you're going to change and things are going to evolve and you're going to figure out, what people want. It might change from what you initially thought was going to happen. And that's actually the really exciting part for me, is seeing like how can we have this space for learning experiences, and how can they be different based on what parents want, what kids want, what adults want, what adult students want, what adult teachers want. Because I have
Yeah.
people who want to teach something there as well, and they want to grow as a teacher. So, um, right now it's just been, I've been doing a lot of emailing and communications and meeting with groups of teachers, meeting with different people and being like, what's your ideal? What's your ideal?
That is
Doesn't matter what my ideal
amazing.
is.
Yeah, you want to give people
So
what
it's
it is that they want to have. And it sounds like a lot of different options. Like, tell me about some of the
mhm.
specific like classes and like areas of focus that you have right now.
um right now I think I kind of botched the first. So I started with just like, I'm gonna put some classes in for the semester while I do some marketing. And I kept them like really general. Like I was like mixed media for ages 7 to 9. I have this one class that I'm really passionate about, which I haven't had a lot of signups yet, but also I opened right when Omicron hit and like people were COVID testing every 3 days. You know what I mean?
Also
So we're
that,
like,
yeah.
still, yeah, like, and the schools, like, I had 50% of my students absent from school one day, like 2 weeks ago. Like
Oh
even
man.
like now, like the numbers are like super low. So it's kind of, I was like, oh my gosh, COVID's almost over. I'm gonna open my business, the thing I always wanted to do. And then it was like, boom, the Omicron has hit the town. You know what I mean?
Damn. Oh, it's
So
so
there are a lot of
hard, huh?
challenges.
Shit.
Yeah, there's a lot of challenges, but I'm good for like a year. I'm good to keep waiting it out, seeing what's going
Are
on.
you
But
doing
I
any
think
video
what I'm gonna
classes right
start,
now? Like, is that a thing
I'm
considering?
I'm thinking about it. I am a little like, I love online classes for me to teach. Um, I mean, like, to not for me to teach. I love online classes in order to like get different customers and things like that. But I'm like burnt out on teaching online. I did a whole year of just sitting in this room teaching online classes, and it was kind of draining. Like,
Sure.
I think if I was teaching things, that were like super fun for me, I could like definitely enjoy that. But there are other people who are rock stars at online teaching who I would like to hire. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Like people who are tech wizards, who are able to like almost animate their classes. Like they've gained this like mastery over,
Oh, that's so
you know,
cool.
online teaching. So where
Yeah,
I'm not good, there are people who can fill that the hole. You know what I mean?
I love that.
Um, so that's been something I've been thinking about. I met this one lady. There's a ton of really interesting Santa Cruz teachers out there who are super interested in teaching. I met this lady who does like Japanese floral arrangements, and they're just like really beautiful. I wish I could show you pictures. I can't show you pictures now, but there's like I've met like clowns who do like physical comedy, things like that. Like there's so many. We have such a rich community where I live right now. So it's just a matter of like connecting people at this point and
That's
figuring
so
out,
awesome.
you know, who wants to do this with who. Like how can I get this teacher with this group of students? So that's been kind of the work I've been doing right now.
So, is this your full-time thing right now, or are you still you're still teaching your regular job, and this is like an after-school program, essentially?
Yeah, I still teach eighth grade English, so
Wow. Eighth
which is
graders.
very challenging. Yeah,
How is that? Tell me
they're
about
great.
that. Yeah, they're great.
I love the kids. Yeah, I love the kids so much. You know, um, I love the subject matter. I do a lot of like social justice literature.
Oh, wow.
I taught
Awesome.
ethnic studies for like 2 years, so I kind of like teaching the logistics of like how racism works like from an objective point of view, or how like ethnocentrism works, so that we can like point it out and be like, oh, that's illogical and not good, you know.
Yeah,
um
that's great.
so we do a lot of like sociology. I teach a lot of sociology with my English classes, and it's really exciting. It's really fun. I also add a lot of I also teach a creative expression class, and we're making like a full length movie. So we just picked our script out, and I'm really excited to do film. So
What?
film something that's like new for me. Yeah, but I love it. I
Yeah.
love film. So we're making, I
Whoa.
got a $500 grant. We're gonna like buy some cool equipment and just start running around the school filming a movie
No
every fifth
way.
period. So
How are you teaching
that's gonna be
something that
super
you
fun.
don't really know well, though? Like, as far as doing a film, that's a toughie.
A lot, everything I've taught, I did not know well going into. And I think a lot of like new teachers would agree with me, that um, when you just kind of, there's a term in the business or whatever, that you're like building the plane while it's getting off the ground, while it's on fire. Like that's
Oh,
basically
wow.
teaching. You
Gotcha.
like they just throw you in. They throw you in there, and you've got 150 students, 150 essays to grade. They're like, here's the book that we bought all these copies of, so you have to teach it. So you're like reading it along with the kids, or you spend the weekend
Whoa.
reading it and then trying to figure out how to give the best lessons for it. But there's usually communities of people who've already taught it who can help you out, and so you're not alone. But
That's that's tough, man. It's funny because
and it's
from a
tough.
kid's perspective, thinking about back when we were in school, and our teachers, I guess they were not that as old as we thought they were at the time, but we're like, oh, they're old adults, which means they're a teacher. And that means that they know all of this stuff, and they're like super knowledgeable about everything. Like, we hold these people on a pedestal. Come to find out, behind
Yeah.
the scenes now, they didn't know what the fuck they were doing a lot of times, and they were figuring it out with us.
Well, I think that's more of a new, like past 20 years. I feel like the teachers we had in the 90s, um, a lot of them stuck around. Like they'd been a teacher in that grade level, in that job for since maybe the 80s or 70s, right? Nowadays, there's like a textbook business. So they'll buy curriculum from different private companies with funds and force teachers to teach this curriculum. So a lot of teachers are like,
Hmm.
okay, you taught eighth grade, you did it this way, but we just bought this new book, so now you have to teach this new thing. So,
Gotcha.
um,
Hmm.
it's kind of it makes it really difficult. I mean, there's a lot of politics in teaching, obviously, but a lot of
Wow.
what's going on now is the teacher turnover rates are really high. So they're just putting curriculum in place of professionals.
Wow. No
And
way. That's
so a
crazy.
lot of teachers are having to learn new curriculum, teach it, and it's a revolving door that happens maybe every year to 3 years. There's like, here's a new book, here's a new thing for you to teach.
That's
And
hard.
and
That
and
sounds really
in
challenging.
a good in a good school, you have like collaborative environments and you're supported and you are treated like a professional. You are treated, in a way where you know what you're doing. You can teach this novel that you've been teaching for a long time. But I mean, 50% of teachers quit within the first 5 years of working. Um, so
Really?
I think the answer for that was just to give them take this curriculum, and it makes certain people on the top look good by having, oh, we just bought this new curriculum, So, but it's like teachers are struggling. They really are in many ways, not just that way, but
Dang.
it's a very difficult and demanding job.
Why do you feel like people don't make it past the 5 year mark a lot? Is it the pay? Is it the hours? Like, what do you think it is?
It's the pay, it's the hours, I mean, you get a master's degree. I have a master's degree. I went to college for like 7 years to be a teacher, and then you look at your paycheck and it's like $3,000. You can't afford a house. It's kind of like
For a
disheartening. And then
month?
you've got the stress.
Like a month?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I was getting at my last district, I was getting 3,400 a month. Um,
That
and
is
it's
not
like,
nearly enough for a master's degree. Like, how are you even ever supposed to pay your student loans with
you
that?
can't. I mean, you can't pay your student loans. You can't buy a house. All the things you worked for, like I'm gonna own a house and have a car and go on a vacation. Like I haven't had a summer off. I worked through the summers doing summer school. I'm like I had to I'm starting a business so that I can make ends meet. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like it wasn't what I thought it was going to be, that's for sure. So I think a lot of, especially like science teachers, they're like, well, I could go work in a research lab and make 3 times as much
Sure.
instead of like teaching science. I have a master's in science. You know what I mean? Like I could go.
This is so crazy to me. I've been hearing about this for years because I know a lot of people who have been
Mhm,
teachers. My mom was even like a preschool teacher for a long time, which is different, but still, still in
mhm,
that scene. And I think that it is the saddest and biggest disservice of all time is to underpay
mhm.
educators who are raising the youth of the country, of the world. This is the most
Right.
important thing ever is to teach kids in a good positive way about how to navigate through this world and giving them options and making them feel like they do have choice and they're heard and all of these things, and they pay people so poorly that you end up getting shitty teachers a lot of times, or the good ones leave like you said and go work for a research lab because they're like, well, what's the point? So you end up getting people that aren't as well trained or whatever to do these jobs. It's so
Mhm,
sad to me. Like, I think you guys should make 5 times the amount of money that you do. Like, you guys should all be able to have houses and have whatever kind of cars you want. Maybe not, like the fucking 1%, but like, there's no reason
mhm,
why anybody that is required to have a degree to do a job should absolutely make enough money to be able to pay that degree back in their lifetime.
mhm.
It's just the craziest thing to
There are
me.
people retired who are still like paying off student loans. They just like kind of gave up on like the idea of paying them off. I mean, oh, sorry. We do it for the kids though, you know what I mean? Like where else can you hang out with a bunch of 12-year-olds and, joke around and feel like you have purpose and feel like you have meaning. But it gets hard. And plus you've got so many kids. My English department chair was like, it kind of feels like we're just doing crowd control here. when you have like 36 kids in a little classroom is like a lot of lot of bodies, and they're forced to just sit. Like they can't get up and roam around and play with things, and they can't build Lego castles. They have to sit in their chair. Otherwise, if they were all up, it would be chaos. Like they're smushed in these little rooms,
I
you know?
know. Which is why I think Montessori is really cool. I have a very dear friend, Shannon, who's a Montessori teacher, and she's been doing it for like, I don't know, 22 years or exceptionally long time. And she loves that
Hmm.
specific style because it's not as limiting for the kids. They don't have to just sit in a desk all the time. They get to
Yeah,
make
no,
choices. It's
it's
cool.
really cool. I can't afford a Montessori school. The Montessori school in Santa Cruz costs $27,000 a year.
Oh my God. So, of course, you would
Yeah,
send your daughter there if that was an option, but you're a teacher and
it's
you
not an
can't even
option.
get the good
Yeah,
education for your daughter. God, what is wrong with the system? The system
it's
is so
so
fucked up.
this stuff's really messed up. It's just been like hard to watch, kind of, you know? Like the money is there. And the money is there. We could pay teachers more. We could we could bring in more teachers, but a lot of it's like allocated to new buildings or allocated to curriculum or allocated to these different programs, or it's like it's like somebody said at one of the board meetings, like you're gonna have all these great textbooks, but there's not gonna be anyone to teach it to the kids.
Yeah. Like, oh man, I feel like that is just so counterproductive. It's so backwards. And my friend Lady
Yeah,
here
look, her.
says my friend took over as an art teacher here in Michigan, and her budget was $100 for the year.
I'm looking at that right
Oh
now.
my
That's probably
God.
like that's like 60 cents a student for the whole year or something. Probably like 45 cents a
Yeah,
student.
when you're gonna go to the dollar store and get a bunch of like popsicle sticks and pipe cleaners, and that's your fucking art supplies for the year? Oh my
Oh,
God.
I spent at least $60 a month at the Dollar Tree for my students.
No teacher should have to put their hand in their pocket for that kind of stuff. And I remember in the 90s, like they had like the supply closets and stuff. I remember, like the teachers, they had pencils and staples and paper clips and like all of that kind of shit. And I
Hmm.
remember when that change happened, when they were like, oh, that doesn't exist anymore. We can't provide that, where the teachers have to provide their own shit. And what I remember hearing about that, and that was just shocking to me, where I'm like, what do you mean? How are you making the teachers provide this stuff? And it's just like the like basic stuff. Like staples? You're gonna make the teacher buy fucking staples, you cheap ass bastards. You can't buy bulk staples for everybody? Like, what the fuck? So we
Oh, I think pencils is a big one. Or I'm like, because the kids they don't remember pencils. They're like, you know, they got so much on their mind. They're like, oh, I don't have a pencil. You know, they either like threw it at another kid or their parents can't get them pencils either. You know, so you're you're not parenting, but you're like helping out with some of the parenting. You know, with in
Yeah.
terms of
Yeah, my mom is in
supplies
here
and things
too.
like
My
that.
mom said she did the dollar store for years teaching too, doing preschool.
Hmm.
Like she same thing. She had to even go and get all these little supplies for
Well,
everybody. It's
preschool
nuts.
teachers, preschool teachers get paid even less. I think there was something like the preschool teachers in the last district I worked at were making like $13 an hour.
My God. It's so sad. It's so
And
freaking
you
sad.
have to like fight and scrap like for every raise. Like you have to like go with the union, go to the board meetings, negotiate. Like it's this huge long process to like just have fair wages, and a lot of the times it doesn't happen. They push it off till the next year, or they give you like a 0.5% raise or $1,000 stipend or something. You know what I mean? And it's like, so people are just like, I'm gonna go work for Google, or I'm gonna go work for, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, and especially for preschool too. I mean, I know there's certain certifications that you need, but they don't need the college degrees, which is a big draw for a lot of people that do want to teach, and they want to be able to do it without having to have gone through, like master's program like you yourself did. That's a huge commitment. But to pay people so minimally is such a disservice to people that are trying to dedicate their life to teaching kids. I mean, it's important, even though it's like ABCs and colors and stuff like that. That's like the fundamentals of learning, and you're teaching kids how to learn
Well,
at that
and
age too.
social,
Yeah. There's
the
so
social stuff
much
is
to it.
really, really important. In terms like, how do you express kindness to your fellow classmate? Like that's often overlooked, and it's huge. It's like how to be a citizen, how to be a,
Yes.
even though it
Sharing,
seems
how
elementary.
you
Yeah,
share
values.
with people.
Yeah.
Yes, all of these very important things. Like my mom said, of you're establishing a solid education foundation, and that's so
hmm
friggin' true. And they get paid
And there's so much
nothing.
research that kids who go to preschool do so much better in life. Like there's research out there. It's not just saying it. It's like science.
Yeah, because they're learning
So,
things and they're learning how to learn, which is important because,
right.
I mean, not that like you can't just go to kindergarten and learn how to learn then, but everybody's so different. Everybody's minds work so differently that like to give all of these kids this option of being in a learning environment and learning how to follow the rules and because a lot of kids, they're at home and they're just like running wild through the house and doing whatever they want because the parents are like, whatever, I'm tired, I can't even deal with you anymore, so these kids don't have a lot of structure, so they go and they get to learn this structure, even if it's a small one. Like, okay, we're going to do circle time, everybody has to sit crisscross applesauce or whatever, and like that's a thing where it's like, this is what we do right now. It's teaching them how to learn and follow directions. Oh, my friend Shannon is in here. My friend Shannon is the one I was just telling you about, who is the Montessori teacher, and she has
Oh,
joined the chat.
nice.
I am
Yeah.
so glad that you're here, Shan. That is fantastic.
Is she popping on?
Yeah, she's here. Yeah. I mean, she's not popping onto the chat with
Why?
us, but she's here in the chat right now, which is fantastic. I'm glad she's here. Yeah, she's here for circle time, she says.
Hi.
That's awesome.
Woo! I love it.
That's great.
I remember when I fell in love with painting. It was in preschool.
Really?
And I remember the smell of the paint, and I remember putting my apron on and they had these big cups that you stuck the paintbrush in, and they were those real big barreled paintbrushes. And I remember just like loving the way it smelled and just watching the paint run across the page. I don't even know what I was painting, but just the whole sensory experience
Yeah.
was, I just like fell in love with it. It's like, oh my gosh.
That is so
That,
awesome. That was when it got you.
this
I
is the
love
best
that.
thing. Yeah. Preschool is very important.
It really is. I'm so glad that you had
Yeah.
that
Communicating,
experience.
speaking.
All of
Some
it.
kids just like they're not talking to other people at their houses. Like they might come from like single parent homes, where like a mom would just get home and be too exhausted to have the conversation or, whatever, which is no one's fault, you know what I mean? But like a preschool teacher will say, hello, how is your day? What do you think of this? Oh my gosh, you did such a wonderful job. Like just hearing sounds and being able to communicate
And
and,
positive reinforcement
you
from your
know,
teacher when you do something good. Not everybody has that at home. Not everybody has really attentive parents that even pay attention to that kind of
interaction. Yeah, with another human. And our kids
Christy,
come
I am
from
sitting
so many
crisscross
different things.
applesauce right now, by the way. She's like, I bet you are. I definitely am. That's so funny. But yeah, it's definitely very important foundation. I mean, personally, I'm not a very big kid person personally in my life, and that's okay, but I do like certain kids and I like them one on one. I like being able to have that conversation with them, and even though I don't want to have my own kids, or I don't necessarily want to be in a room with a bunch of, you know, super active screaming kids, it's not my thing, but I appreciate the value so
Mhm.
much of teachers. Like, it's so important, and of parents. I think being a parent is the most
Mhm.
important job that anybody can do ever in the entire world, is to take a person, bring them into the world, and teach them how to live a good life. and how to be good to other people, and you know, how to succeed in your life, whatever that may mean. Like, I think a parent is the most important, hardest job ever, and right underneath that is teachers, is the second most important job ever, because kids have to learn. And sometimes parents are great teachers. Like my mother, especially her being a preschool teacher, she was a fantastic teacher. She was always talking to me and explaining things to me and listening to me. She was so good. We were always doing crafts and going out and doing all of these things. Like, she was an awesome, awesome mom. And from a very young age, like, she taught me how to learn, and always was, you know, was teaching me constantly. But not everybody gets lucky like that, you know, especially in big families where parents have like 5 kids. How can they invest that kind of attention into each kid individually? It's extremely challenging for them. So, like, the best place to learn and get that attention is from an actual educator who's trained on how to do it properly. Like, not every parent has it in them to do that. And you know what? Hate to say it, some parents are stupid. Also, they're not educated themselves, so what do they know? You know, like, they don't know what the semicolon is or whatever. You know, like, can't really blame them. It's not their job to have to know. But what happens
Yeah.
when you have a kid?
My daughter's 4th grade math is beyond me at times, and I am a teacher, and I just can't. I'm like, I'm sorry, I can't help you with this. I apparently have to answer wrong trying to help you here.
Because it's the new math,
You're gonna have
right?
to ask your teacher.
Didn't they
You
change
know?
like a like
Yeah.
it's new math? I don't even know what that means. I've heard about the new math.
I couldn't even do the old math. I'm not a math
Me
teacher.
neither. I'm not good at math either.
Like,
But like, I don't understand. Like, okay,
fun.
let me just rephrase it. Like, maybe this new math, maybe there's a reason why they chose to change that, that there is something positive that comes from it that we just don't understand, you know? But I've heard a lot of parents bitching about it where they're like, this doesn't make sense. I feel like you're having to put too much work in to get a very simple answer. And
I
I
think
don't know.
the idea behind the new math, from what I've heard of people, like from people who teach it, is that the kids are tackling the same problem from like different angles. So if they encounter the math in a different sphere, they're able to like attack it in a way that works with the more challenging aspects of the equation as it moves forward. Like I said, I'm not a math teacher. Um, and then there's also, I think with the new math, the other thing that I've heard people say, maybe there's like a math teacher or like K through K through 6 teachers or math teachers in here who could help me out. But it's like it uses different parts of their brain to like we just memorize. I memorized math, you know.
Yeah, like the times tables. Like, we had to do the times
7
tables.
times 7, go 49ers. I don't know if anyone learned that math trick. Like, like things like that, you know. But now they're like drawing charts on how to do different. I don't know.
I know. I think
I really don't know
like doing
math.
like little
I have to have
rhymes and
another
stuff
host
and
that.
visuals, like the 49ers, you know, that, like, I think having little things like that to help kids remember is awesome. And there was certain things that I still use today. Like, you know the little rhyme, the 30 days has September, April, June, and November. All the rest have 31 except for February. Like, that still sticks with me. And to this day, if somebody says, okay, you know, the last day of September or whatever, I go 30 days has September, and I'll go through until I hit the month that I need. Like, some of that shit sticks so hard. And I probably learned that in, I don't know, kindergarten. Like, some of these things, they, you know, like, they stick, but some of it doesn't stick at all. Like, some shit, like, I have no idea. Like, I completely forgot so much stuff, but there's these little, like, rhymes or visual type of things that stick with the kids. So, like, figuring out what those are, I think, can really help kids to learn. And with math, like, having some kind of visual, like, I remember there'd be like, okay, there's 18 jelly beans over here, then you have 4 jelly beans over here, you know, and like, just having the visual of the jelly beans helps the entire experience. But once you start just putting like letters and numbers and you have all this weird shit in there, I'm like, I don't fucking know what you're talking about right now. I don't, I, you lost me at X.
Yeah. And every learning brain is like totally different. Like there's some kid out there, like we're obviously not the math kids, you know what I mean? But there's some math kid out there that's like visualizing equations and like just totally like loving it. You know what I mean? And like super able to like some kids the memorization works. Does someone whisper in my ear? I don't whisper. um that was some kids are able to do visual math. Some kids can do it even without. Like there are people who can't visualize. I think you posted something about this. Like there's people who can't visualize anything. Like
Yes.
they don't think of pictures. You know what I mean? They only think in auditory or
So
like,
strange to
and
me.
they look see words or
Yeah, it's
something. You know what I mean?
aphantasia. It's called aphantasia. It's no visual images inside of your mind. And this is something I learned about over the last few years that I didn't even know was a thing. I just, I don't know. I have one mind and I just assumed, which now I realize was silly, like that when you think, you
Yeah.
you think in an image. Like how else would you think? How else would you visualize something? I have no idea how that could be done in another way. And learning, actually I found out from Dusty. We were together for a few years before I even learned that from him. It had come up in a conversation
Mm-hmm.
about, I was like, yeah, I totally like see this whole thing. Like I can see it and here's all the parts. And he's like, wow, you actually like see it? And I'm like, well, yeah. How else? I don't get
Yeah.
it. Like, how else would you visualize something? Like, of course you see it. And he was like, well, I don't see it like that. And then we got on this conversation about like, wow, this is so bizarre that some people don't see the images. Lady, you don't see images when you think either. That is so interesting to me. It is so fucking interesting. Oh, Whitney, good night,
Love you,
sweetheart.
Whitney.
Thank you so much
Yeah.
for coming. It was really wonderful to have you. Yay, it's been so long.
Whitney's
Please come
great.
back sometime. Give me a follow and then come back and check out the
Yeah.
podcast another time. That'd be awesome.
Um, yeah, and then I have a lot. What's really interesting, my mom teaches special needs, and the special needs kids, they're learning how to, like, let's say a kid has like an auditory processing, um, disability. They can hear words, but they just can't process them as many things. So they have to get around it by seeing visuals or reading things and they're having to learn in completely different ways. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man, I
And I
really.
think something like one
It's
third of
crazy.
the population has some kind of learning disability, something like that.
What I wish
Like,
was a thing is I wish that they did some kind of evaluation, maybe like kindergarten or something like that, or maybe even first grade, whatever. But there's an evaluation that's done with each kid. The teachers give the reports. The kids go in, they do this little test or whatever, and they figure out, okay, are a visual learner. You are an auditory learner, whatever. And they have specific fucking classes. Like they should be like, okay, you're in auditory math with all these other auditory learner kids. Boom. We have a teacher specifically that also has an auditory learner so they know how to teach it. And then you have the visual kids. Visual kids, you go into the visual arts math class and the teacher is going to go out of their way to illustrate things in a visual way so that way you are learning the way that you need to learn. Like I do not understand why they aren't recognizing the uniqueness in all of the kids and using that as an opportunity to help kids to succeed rather than throw everybody in these classes and expect everybody to be able to do this one thing one way. Like it's crazy to me. Like that's why I
well,
think
they
Montessori
they
is
are
awesome.
they are doing that. They're doing that in public schools as
Are
well.
they
But what
really?
it requires me to do, yeah, it's called differentiation. And so
Wow.
basically, when I present information, I'm presenting it as words, spoken, written. I'll put visuals in my slides, charts and graphs. and I try to include like a video with everything I do. So that takes care of
That's great.
some a mass of the kids, when I'm presenting
I
information.
love that you do
I
that. That's
feel
awesome.
a lot of teachers, I mean, a lot of us do that, and
Great.
it's I feel guilty if I don't, because I know there's some kid out there who I said something, I have no idea what I said, or even if they were just okay, well now they have the directions on. Oh, can you hear me? I
Yeah.
think I froze.
No, I can hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now? Because my headphones died.
Yeah, I can hear you good.
Okay.
Oh, that sucks. I died. Ooh.
So I'll like, what was I saying? I think I was saying I feel guilty if I don't present those in those ways, and kids aren't able to do it. And now I'm having to do that online and in person because 50% of my kids are out with Omicron or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm having to put everything. I'm having to upload every single lesson in a way where I don't even have to be there for the kids to get the information through visual, audio, and text. So it's like
Wow.
it's really
3
complicated. And
times the
then we're
amount of
there.
work.
Yes. And I have to, some kids are going out on independent studies, and they can't just go onto the Google Classroom because it's independent studies. So I actually have to make a whole different set of curriculum just for that individual student. And a lot of the times they're just going on vacation, and the districts want them to get attendance so they can make money.
Wow.
So it's
I
like
love
each day
though that you're doing all of that. Like
doing
it's
something.
so important that this is now becoming a thing. Like I love to hear you say that yourself is doing this and a lot of other teachers are taking these things into consideration because like my mom just said, she said back in the day they didn't recognize learning disabilities. The classes left me feeling stupid and I was told I wasn't trying. Scarring. That is so
Yeah,
counterproductive. It's so shitty. Like you're not trying.
it's
Like
changing.
I mean,
And we have California has a lot of English language learners as well, which so we're having to do things for them in terms of like
yeah.
vocabulary or offering them different tools to either like use a translator or offering things for them in Spanish or writing simplified English versions of more complex ideas and putting them like in parentheses or remembering to check in on them to see if they're, understanding the content while they like a lot of kids will just come here. I had some students who were from Yemen and the girls had never even been to school and they were 12 years old,
Wow.
you know. So there are
Whoa.
so many individual people who are, young people who are coming into the schools and we're having to serve them.
God, that is so much more challenging. It's like Tetris. You having to Tetris a million things
Yeah.
together.
And
Man.
you can't do it 100% every day. And like me, I've just been worn out. I'm worn out. I'm tired.
So
Like,
I can see
I'm tired,
why.
Tammy.
Oh, she says your
And
progressive methods sound wonderful and productive. That's
I
awesome.
mean, I try. Some days I just like, I'm an out of it day. Like, it's an out of it day. Or, like right now I'm dealing with some perceived like micromanaging where I'm the kind of learner, if I don't get positive feedback, then I feel like I'm doing something wrong. And then if I feel like I'm doing something wrong, I get kind of rebellious. Like so like I have to have the right administration to like guide me as well. Otherwise I get off my back. You know what I mean? Like so
Yeah.
there's just like so much involved, where you're just like every day you're trying. This year has been the hardest year of teaching on record, I think, for every teacher.
2020
Because
as
the
well.
kids
Yeah,
came back
2020 and
after.
2021. Go ahead.
The kids came back after 2 years and they were just totally feral. They'd totally forgotten how to sit in a classroom, how to, what the rules were. You know what I
Oh
mean?
no. Ugh.
So for like the
That's
first 4 months, I didn't have this problem as much. I think it was more like seventh graders, because the eighth graders are super chill, you know. But a lot of teachers were just like, oh my gosh, these classes are out of control.
God, that sounds horrible. You guys should all get a
It was,
freaking raise for having to deal with this shit. Oh my God. You know, so since you said that there are some schools that are doing these different classes based on the learning styles, why is your school one that's not doing that? Why do you have to give all of these different learning methods in one class? Like, what is the
I think, well, I
factors?
mean, it comes down to the teacher too, right? It comes down to how you were trained. What I had um, I like, for the most part, tried to pay attention during my schooling, you know, because to be a teacher, you need to take adolescent psychology courses, and you need to take courses on how to help students with special needs, and how to help. Like, it's all part of what you have to do to become a teacher. It's not just like I hardly learned anything about English. I took like one class on how to teach English, because they just assume you know what you're doing because you had the bachelor's in English, right?
Sure.
But most of the credentialing is how to differentiate for students,
Interesting. So you
and
haven't
classroom management.
done that since you have a master's, then they trust you to be able to do this. But some other teachers, they end up having like specifically chosen students for that learning style, like at your school.
No,
They don't do that.
all teachers should be, all teachers, it's by law, it's illegal for a teacher not to accommodate students with special needs. You will get sued. There's a thing called an IEP, which is like a individual education plan for students. And if you don't accommodate them or help them or do what's on their IEP, it's illegal
I just
because of
I just
the,
don't feel like
I think it's like
different
Disability Act
learning
or something.
styles equals special needs. Like if somebody is more
Not
just
always.
gonna learn, like I hate how they're like, well, if you just can't learn in the normal way, in what we determined is normal, then you're special needs. It's like I don't think that it should be looked at like that. I think it should be looked at as like this is just the way that you learn, and this is the way that you learn,
Right.
and both are totally fine. They're different, but they're fine. So let's put you in a room with other people that learn the way you do. It's not a special
So
needs
I think
class.
you're thinking more like, what is it called? Like multiple intelligence theory,
What is that?
where people have different kinds of intelligence. Like they have a musical intelligence, or they have a kinesthetic intelligence, where they can move their body really intelligently. That's one that I don't have. Like, I wasn't PE savvy, you know what I mean? So
Me
like,
neither.
there are people who are social emotionally intelligent. They're like empathetic toward others, and they can, do that. There are people who, like, I don't know, multiple intelligence theory is really interesting. And it kind of goes hand in hand with learning styles, because if somebody's, intelligent visually, um, they can learn new skills through visual, like, input,
Yeah.
you know?
Like Dusty just said too. Like that's what he was thinking. It's isn't it like it's not a disability. It's just different brains. It's just the way that our brains work
Yeah.
are different. And I hate how they make it seem like you have a disability if you just need
Yeah.
things explained in a different way. Like I have a hard time when somebody just is standing there talking and drony and is just like blah 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 blah. I'm like, you're not making it fun. Like you're not
Right.
jazzed on it. So I'm not engaged because you're making it so fucking boring, But like, I don't know if we're talking about I don't know, like let's say like ancient Greece or something like that. If you got some slides and you're showing some really awesome buildings and you're really stoked on it, like I'm like, oh, this is really cool. But if someone's just like sitting there just talking, droning on forever, like I feel like it's easy for my brain to just like whoop, and just go in a different direction,
Like
like hold my
Bueller,
attention. Yeah, exactly.
Bueller.
Exactly. That's exactly it. Yeah, so I guess so what my idea was is if they were able to do tests, figure out where kids' strong points are and help them to succeed rather than put them in a class and then be like, well, you can't leave this one kid out that think, like that sucks to put that on the teacher and to make it hard for the other kids there too, because if there's too much stimuli coming in, where sometimes like, an auditory learner, if there's too much visual stuff, it could derail their attention span too. So it's like,
Hmm.
it's just so frustrating. It's frustrating.
Right. I think the issue with like lumping kids together is you keep them from like having these like heterogeneous learning experiences where they're able to use teamwork to work with kids who have different ways of learning and different ways of thinking, which can be like really effective
Hmm.
life skills for all students. You know what I mean? Like if you can team up with someone who's visual and you're not, then you guys could put together a badass presentation. You know what I
You're
mean?
right. That's a good
By
counterpoint.
recognizing each other's skills and um, kind of working together to come up with something. I try to do a lot of group learning due to some of the like very, like I said, small classrooms with lots and lots of kids. I've had to like put kids in partners lately, and I've never done that in my classroom, but it's just because otherwise it's like getting the room quiet to speak. You know what I mean? Can be challenging when they were so used to just having like no rules. Like, parents would go to work or parents would be working at home and they were just kind of on their own for a while. Um,
That's
but yeah, group
tough.
work's super important. I still do group work, but it just looks a little different because my class looks a little different these days. But
Yeah. No, that is true.
it's just too many kids.
Getting a
Just
bunch
too
of
many kids.
different types of learners together, especially because, now that I'm really thinking about it, in the real world, when you go get a job, they don't give a shit how your learning style is. You're not going to have people cater to you necessarily.
Yeah.
So maybe like when kids are really young, maybe it'd be more helpful to separate them when they're really young, so that way they can really soak up a lot of the really important information and then kind of put them in a more mixed area when they're old enough to really understand how to work together. I don't know. I
Yeah.
struggled in high school really bad. I recognized that like I was smoking a lot of pot and I was a just fucking punk rebel kid, So that was definitely like
Hmm.
a big part of it. But honestly, like to be totally honest, like there was times where I really did try. I really was like, okay, I'm gonna try. I'm really gonna try today. I'm in this history class. Like, okay, I'm gonna listen to what they're talking about. I'm ready. I'm in it. I'm making myself do it. Like, okay, cool, in the zone. And within 5 minutes, I looked down and I realized I doodled all over a piece of paper and I have no idea what this guy's talking about. I completely checked out, even though I was like
Hmm.
trying. And that's when I was really thinking, I'm like, maybe I have ADD because I am really having a hard time focusing like real bad. But then once I got older and they started talking more about different learning styles, I'm like, I wonder if that's all it was in the end. I wonder if it wasn't as much of an attention deficit as it was I wasn't being taught in a way in which helped me to actually really want to engage. And then once I fell behind, I was like, well, fuck it. What's the point? I'm already behind. I'm so behind that it doesn't even matter. So, never mind. I'm out, And I just ended up quitting at that point because there was a point where I was like, I'm going to be like 21 years old and still in high school because I'm so far behind in credits. Like, I don't want to do that unless I seriously step my act up like super hard and get like straight A's. Like, there's no way that I could graduate on time. And I honestly felt like they were trying to pump so much useless shit into my brain. Like, I felt like they were trying to fill my little brain reservoir with stuff that I did
Mm-hmm.
not need. But there was so much other
Didn't.
great information that I wish I was able to learn. So, like, why don't they focus more on electives rather than, like, algebra? It's like, yo, I'm not gonna go do some kind of job where I need algebra. I'm never gonna need algebra. Ever in my
Yeah.
life, like especially like algebra 2, like real like what the fuck, man? Like give me some basics. And honestly, as far as basics go, like being a server and working with money all the time and figuring out percentages and all of that stuff, I'm really efficient at that. Like I'm really good at just like basic figuring out like logical functional math. I'm in it, and that's
Right.
all I fucking need. So why not really make sure that kids have like functional logical math skills? And then, hey, do you want to be a physicist? Cool. If you do, you should probably take this class. Do you want to be an engineer? Well, you should take geometry if you want to be an engineer. But making kids do all this shit for no point when there's so much other valuable information that I really wanted to learn and I didn't have that as an option. I was like, you are wasting my fucking time and you're filling my brain with this bullshit and I see what you're doing and I'm not going to let you get away with it. And I like
I felt the
seriously
same.
fuck.
I felt the same exact way.
Did
The
you?
same exact way. I got kicked out of my biology class for reading a book about Grace Slick from Jefferson Airplane. Like I was so into this book, dude. And there's this whole scene where she like had sex with Jim Morrison, and I was just like, oh my gosh! Like I was like so into it. And the teacher was like, you need to come examine this onion skin under the microscope. And I was like, why do I care about the onion skin right now? This is rock and roll legend right here, like
Yes.
I was like so into this thing, you know what I mean? And like Grace looks just cool anyway, and she has a cool writing style. But so they like kicked me out into the library, and I think that was the best class I've ever had. I got no grades. I got to read whatever book I want about whatever subject I was interested in. I
Wow.
learned so much, I actually
That's
do a
awesome.
program with my students based on that experience I had. It's called Reading for Self-Development. And I like encourage them to pick books. Like, please pick a book on something that you're actually going to care about, whether it's cars, it can be all pictures for all I care. Like, find something that you love. We're going to spend 25 minutes every Wednesday just reading for self-development, right?
That's
Um,
great.
and a lot of kids pick novels. A lot of kids pick nonfiction. I have this one kid. You would love this kid, actually. He finds the most vintage like biology books, like butterflies, like he'll read this whole book on butterflies and the book was written in like 1973 with these crazy
Cool.
illustrations. It's like so cool. I'll have one like on fish species or like
That's
plants,
amazing. Yeah.
he had like a fungus one time, and then we just
Holy.
I don't grade them or make them write logs or anything. We just have a book talk where they just tell me about the book. And I try to bring in like standards, like, well, what's the central idea? Or, what's the, like if they're reading fiction, like I'll ask like, how'd your character change from the beginning to the end? And a lot of the times the kids can actually show me that they know the standards after reading what they're interested in. And if I were to have given them a book and then quizzed it on it, they probably wouldn't be able to show me they know those
You're
standards
right.
or that they're at grade level. But because they chose something they enjoyed and like, you know,
That's
sat down and
amazing.
developed themselves with, they were able to they're able to prove the standards. And if it's in a casual environment where I'm not like, if you don't pass this, you're gonna fail, you know what I mean? They can easily reach the standards.
I love that, giving them the freedom to choose what it is that they actually resonate with and not giving too many rules where it's like, okay, you have to make a book report in this very specific way over this thing. You're like, I just want
Mm-hmm.
you to read it and we're going to talk about it. And you get to share what you learned with the rest of the class. And then, like you said, they're learning these like fundamentals.
And it's just with me. They're just sharing with me. We have like a little coffee
Oh, it's
shop
just with you,
style
really?
conversation.
It's not even with the whole
Yeah,
class or with
no
their other
stress.
classmates or
Yeah,
anything. Oh,
and
wow.
it's so chill. I didn't make this up. This other teacher, I found it on Teachers Pay Teachers, like this website where you sell your lessons to other teachers for like $2, and then you can
Cool.
make a little extra money, like trading curriculum and things. And when I found it, I was like, this is perfect, because I did my master's thesis on choice and motivation, um, and how, you know, choice increases motivation. Um,
It
so I
does,
was like,
for
this is like
sure.
perfectly my style. And it does truly increase motivation. You know, some kids don't like to choose. They're not there yet. They don't have that identity yet. Maybe they like still, I feel like high schoolers have it a little more than middle schoolers. So you do have to give some kids, options to choose from. Like, if you're to just be like, do something fantastic and I'll give you credit for it. No, you have to like give them a couple of little, structures to help them along the way. But
So in a situation like that, do you like have a conversation? You're like, okay, what movies do you like? What like figure out what they're into and then say, hey, maybe you should read Lord of the Rings or something. Like you're like offering things that actually pertain to their specific interests, even if they don't quite really know what those are yet.
yeah, I have like a little graphic organizer. It's like a worksheet, and I'll be like, um, what do you like to learn about? Like, what are the things you like to do in your life? Like, and then maybe they'll put like skateboarding. And so, like, what do you want to learn about skateboarding? Like, how to do tricks. So, where can we find you a book on how to do skateboarding tricks? You know?
So cool.
And then usually they'll be into it, because they'll be like, oh, that's how you do it. Like, here's a little thing, or cars are a big one, like, especially with the young, like, boys, they just like got this book on Chevys or this book on Porsches or different like car things, or and a lot of the kids still love fiction. They'll still choose a novel, or they'll still choose, Harry Potter, you know so it's
That's so cool.
totally up to them. They think they're going to enjoy reading. And, I'll get kids who will be like bringing me stacks of books to be like, here, let's do a book talk. Now, like 5 books. I'm like, oh, great. This is going to take forever. you know,
But that's so
but
cool.
here we
That's
go.
really, really
You
cool that
know,
they're that motivated where they're like, oh, you told me to do one, I got 5. We're gonna talk about it. Like
yeah,
that's
no.
great.
I think if you give them some choice and respect what they're doing, you know.
Okay, Christy said her daughter's almost 3 and she
Yeah,
responds better when she has options to choose from. And I think that's
yeah,
just like specific to the individual. Some people
yeah,
want to make their own choice, and some people, like you said, they respond better with options. But that's a great teacher, is being able to figure out who is going to really be motivated by being able to choose the Grace Slick novel. Because maybe that's not one of the
yeah,
5 options that you would give. But like some people are going to feel overwhelmed if they have too many things to choose from. So just everybody's so unique and
right.
different, and I think you're doing an awesome job by realizing that and giving everybody the choices and the options. It's so cool. Like
Yeah,
it's
I
so
mean,
cool.
that's one thing area I'm having successes, and I definitely have challenges with motivation on things that, I have to do things a certain way as well. Like, I don't have free choice on how I teach. Like, I'm being told what I have to teach for 80% of my class, pretty much.
Wow,
Um,
really. It's
so,
that.
well, like
That much.
80, I mean, I try to respect. And then we only have so many resources, right? I can't buy a class set of books for the kid. You know what I mean? So we only have so many resources and so many options, and you never know. Like, I've been in a couple schools. The last school I was at was so rad. My principal was like, so remember when I broke my pelvis
Right before you're supposed to come
skateboarding?
visit me in Seattle,
Yeah, so I
broke your
remember
fucking
I'm busy.
pelvis.
I was at the skate park with my principal, and we were like filming a video for the kids. Like, hey kids, we're at the skate park. You know
Oh,
what I
that's
mean?
when it happened when you were with the
Yeah, and it
principal.
was all like on video, like it was gonna go on to the morning announcements kind of thing. You know what I mean? So, anyway, it's like You can get really cool admin who are like, I like what you're doing, I respect what you're doing, here's some like resources, what can I help, what do you need to do what you want to do, you know? And I had that at my last school, and the only reason I left was because I needed to go to a different district where they paid more money. So I like made a little trade-off, you know? So it depends on where you go. Like if you find a good school, if you're like starting teaching, I don't know who like is teaching or wants to start teaching, but if you start teaching, I'd say shop around for the school that's right for you. Don't, you know, don't be like, oh, I hate this. I hate this, so I hate teaching. Like try a different school or something. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Like try Montessori or try, you know, Montessori has different credentialing. You have to like do a different training, I think.
Yeah, there's a lot
Around.
to that for sure. But my friend Shannon
Mm-hmm.
started off in Montessori before she had any very specific training. And now she's been doing it so long, she's taken so many different classes. But yeah, it's such a very specific way of teaching that like you should really know
Mm-hmm.
like how and why to do that. But I mean, that is good advice that like every place is different and every you're going to have different wavering amounts of support depending on which
Yeah.
team that you're working for. So that's pretty valid. It just sounds like in the end like that they exploit the teachers almost indefinitely. It seems like almost any circumstance that you could be in, unless you run your own show and have your very own thing, which is what you're working on right now. And I love that for you. You're going rogue
Right.
and trying to do your own
I
thing.
am going rogue.
That's so
Trying to do my
awesome.
own thing. I just talked to a woman today actually who she's part of this like teacher powered schools network. So there are like 150 schools in the United States. I thought it was 90, but it was 150 that are just run by teachers. And if they
Wow.
have a principal, it's a principal that they hired and they voted on to be the principal. And the
Wow.
principal works for the teacher. So there are definitely ways to have a fair system. The turnover is less in those kinds of schools because teachers feel like they have the power to choose curriculum.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of those schools, they get to choose their salary. So they get a specific amount of money for each student. Brogan's going rogue. Sorry, I just found that in the chat box.
I'm gonna start calling you Rogan.
Yeah, no, but like there's options. There's options out there, you know, just like in any, I think anywhere, you know, like you don't have to be, you don't have to let the man get you down. You know, you can always fight back and
Yes.
figure out a way that suits your needs, the things you want to do, you know.
That's
Just got to keep.
fantastic. So is there a name for these schools of the like teacher run schools? Is there a specific name
There
for
are
it?
like all these different spectrums and they're all different. Like they all just get to, because it's like people, you know, voting and creating new things from a new foundation. And some of them are like performing arts schools, some are outdoor science schools, some are project-based learning schools. They get to, you know, figure out like my ideal school, if I could do it, would be a project-based learning school where the kids are given something to do together as a team and they learn the math skills and the English skills and the science skills and the history skills all while doing this single project.
Ooh.
And the teachers are just there workshopping with them and teaching them the skills that way. Like from what I've learned about project-based learning, I think it's like super cool. I've done a couple project-based learning things. Um, a lot of them have a product at the end that they can be super proud of and like a presentation. A lot of the math they do is real world math. And then every project based thing usually helps a community in some way. So they're able to like
Ooh.
take it out into the community and help in a real way, you know, like doing
Wow.
real things.
Hell yes.
So
How do
something to
you
look
get
into.
credited to do that? How do you get to the point where you're recognized by the state in a way in which
Mm-hmm.
like kids can go here and it's totally a legit experience? There's got to be a lot of hoops to jump through.
There's a lot of hoops. There's a couple, I guess I talked to this lady. I just learned this today. Usually they have them as like charter schools, and charter schools usually have a bad rap because they, you know, usually take space away from the public schools and sometimes they're like on a lottery, so they're taking some of the quote unquote better kids, but really they just mean the kids who get better grades or do better on tests. You know what I mean? A lot of they like take some of those kids. So charter schools have kind of a controversial thing, but basically they're just schools that are their own districts.
Gotcha.
So they control more of the funding and things like that. Sometimes they're privately owned. I think it just all depends on the school. But I think it is important for there to be alternative schools. I know in Finland they're like totally illegal. Like you can't have any private schools.
Really?
All you can have are the public schools because they want to make sure that, you know, every school is getting the funding it deserves. Every child is like, every poor kid is going to school with all the rich kids, so they all get the same, you know, like I see both sides of the coin. You know what I mean?
Definitely.
Definitely.
I think that is fair as long as the education system is good. And I know that in Scandinavian countries, education is looked at in a very different way. They want everybody to be educated properly so that they can be like the best productive members of society as possible. So that's kind of cool where it's like, no, we want to make sure that everybody's learning the same stuff. That's a good thing. But out here, especially, I mean, it wavers state to state. Some states have better education than others, which I think is strange. I think it should be like, you know, maybe, I don't know. I can't say for sure, but maybe more of a federally mandated thing where like, these are the standards that whether you're in Alabama or in Massachusetts, it's still the same kind of stuff. And there's still these standards, you know, and I think that
that is happening. So that is a thing.
Is it now? Cause I know that,
yeah.
Growing up in Florida, they're like the education of Florida is terrible because they have different regulations and stuff like that.
The national standards are basically the same as the state standards are usually just worded differently. So I've like, I had one of the textbooks that we had to use. I was like, these standards don't look familiar, but it's the same thing. They're just worded differently. I don't think any state's really allowed to veer too far because they created those standards because they wanted Americans to compete in the global, you know, testing race because we came very low. We were very low. We were like below several countries. I think we were like, I don't want to quote the wrong number, but we were pretty low.
Yeah.
And they were like, what are we doing wrong? So they're like, we need to have standards and we need to hold schools accountable. Then they had the No Child Left Behind thing that went down.
Which that was strange. Let's dumb everything down. Dumb everything down, and then more kids will graduate and it'll be great. And it's like, okay, but what about the kids that actually want to learn more?
I think that was kind of there's like good and bad that came from it too. Like it's kind of like a little bit of both. You know what I mean? Like the standards are like logical. There are things that you need to know, but they keep everyone the same pace, you know, but they were like punishing schools for not reaching them, which I think was kind of like financially punishing them, you know.
Damn.
Which was kind of gnarly, but I don't know, the idea was okay, and I mean, we still need more time to implement it, I guess, but I don't think it's been working. From what I've seen in like the research, like we're still pretty low.
That's too bad.
But we do, I mean, but then look at like American innovation from people who didn't do well in school. Like if you look at, you know, people who didn't do well on the standards, or I think I saw a study somewhere. I don't know if it was like real or not real, but it said something like people who got C's in school are like generally more successful because they're not as obedient as people who got A's. So they were more like entrepreneurial and able to like make some kind of like path for themselves. I don't know exactly what that was or if that's true. I'm trying not to quote information where I like don't have the source on me, so I'm not like making
sure
making stuff up,
no,
quoting something
I
that's
think
untrue,
that makes sense.
I did read that somewhere. It makes sense.
that the people that have the best grades, not in all cases, but in a lot of cases, they're good at being able to follow the rules and stay really focused on what they're told, which is really good in some ways. And some kids are just brilliant anyway. But the fact that like
Mm-hmm.
there is a rule following, structure driven personality type that it takes to be able to acquire really good grades like that and to even make it through high school. You have to have follow through, and there has to be some kind of level of dedication and structure to this system. And then there's some of us, like
Mm-hmm.
myself, who was like, fuck this shit. You're trying to scam me, and I'm not doing it. And I'm going to self educate my entire life from this day forward, which I have absolutely done. I mean, and there's a lot of stuff that I missed in school that I wish I knew, but I don't know. Because I'm like, oh, I think I slept through that part of history class or whatever, and then I try to fill those gaps in myself, and I've always wanted to learn more. So it's not like I didn't like learning. I really wanted to learn, but I wanted to learn what I wanted. And in my life, I've been able to
Right.
acquire a lot of totally different skills. And my skills do not consist of being told what the fuck to do in a very specific way and doing it and shutting the fuck up and doing the job. Like that's not me.
Right.
And being in that kind of environment, it totally did not, it didn't jive with me, and I bailed. I totally bailed. And I have no regrets on doing it. Honestly, I wouldn't say it's a regret, but I wish that I did pay more attention during certain parts of high school because I had a really good opportunity to learn more things, like biology class. Like I literally slept through biology class. My backpack was a green velvet backpack, and I'd take a bunch of papers and I'd shove them in to make a nice comfy velvet pillow, and I slept through all of it. At this point, I'm like,
Yeah.
damn, I could have totally learned cool biology shit. I wish
Oh,
I did.
biology is rad. I don't know why the biology class I took sucks too.
So
I was
fucking
like, these are
boring.
all the things of biology I don't really care about. Like, why are we learning about this stuff in biology?
Yeah.
I want to learn about, like, red pandas. Like, I want like, what's
Totally.
up with them?
What's up
Like,
with
how
red
did they evolve?
pandas? Totally.
You know, onion skin did not do it for me, Christina.
You know,
Looking more for how whales went from walking on land to swimming in the ocean. I mean, that's really interesting how that happened. You know what
yes.
I mean?
Yes, I agree. There's so much really cool information, but when they start with such boring stuff a lot of times, which I know that they're building a foundation and you're trying to like move forward, and we had to learn this
Yeah.
before we can learn this, but man, it's just so fucking boring. It's so boring that like some people just lose interest. I was so bored. Me and my friend Carrie, we would give each other back massages. We would take turns giving each other back massages in biology class, and we were that was what we did because we were like, fuck you, we're not doing shit, don't tell us what to do, we're not doing it, you can't make us, we're gonna get back massages. And then we were disrupting the class by snickering, and yeah, even though we were whispering, it's a quiet class, so we were like talking in class and it was disturbing. So I
Yeah.
was like, well, if
You
you would
know
just
what?
let me
Little known
sleep,
secret.
that if you just let me sleep, I wouldn't disturb the class. And the teacher was like, fine, just fucking sleep, just shh. I was like, thank you. I slept every day.
And you are the most like scientifically curious person I've ever met in my entire life. Like you always have some fascinating like factoid about space or
Thanks.
like even the show is like, we talk about science a lot and animals and like you
I care. I
like
really
so
care.
why yeah, you do care and you're curious about that and passionate about that subject. So it's like tragic. It goes back to like the music thing. I loves music. I was passionate about it, but I would never last 5 seconds in band, you
Yeah.
know?
Yep. I
So
know. I know, man. It's too bad. Like I wish that I actually could have done more sciency classes that I wanted to do. I will say that one of the classes in high school that I did decent in, that I actually got like C's in, is earth space science. So it was like geology and space stuff, and just like all the shit that I love. And I was like, fuck yeah, like this is what I want to learn. So I didn't fail. I only got a C because I didn't do the homework all the time. I did the homework when I wanted
Yeah.
to do the homework. If it's something that I felt like doing and I didn't
Yeah.
have other plans, I did the homework. But I'm like, you've stolen my entire day. You make me be here at 7:30 in the fucking morning. Which, by the way, that's a whole other thing. It's crazy. You're going to steal my entire
Yeah.
day. And then when I get home, and that's the time when I'm supposed to be doing my own thing and being social with my friends
Yes.
and learning about myself, you're going to try to steal that time too by making me do homework. And I have 6 classes and I have 6 different homeworks to do. So you're taking my entire day and my entire evening. Fuck you. I'm not doing it unless I feel like it. So if there was like a, hey, this volcano thing, read about volcanoes and, like report on the volcanoes, I'd be like, well, I actually want to learn about that. So sure, I'll do volcanoes. But like the other homework,
Yeah.
like when they pass the homework back, I would just grab the stack and just like keep going. I'm like, I'm not doing it. Like, you can't make me.
Homework should be completely illegal, in my opinion. It First of all, research shows that homework doesn't help. Like this I can
No.
actually speak upon because I've seen peer-reviewed research articles on this. Homework is a total scam,
Yeah.
and it keeps kids away from their families. It keeps them away from exploring their interests or, being kids, having a childhood. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, and
homework is
especially
bad,
in high
bad news.
school, hanging out with your friends, man. Kids want to hang out with their friends. They want to do
No.
that stuff. So maybe if there was a way, in lieu of taking away homework completely, which I think is probably the best idea, is when you're in
I
school,
think
that's
that's
your
the
time,
best.
take it away. But if they're dead set, then maybe like each day of the week, it's a different class. So on Monday, Math Monday,
That's a good idea.
like, okay,
Yeah.
so Monday you only get math homework. And then Tuesday is your English homework day. But seriously, coming home with stacks? Like in middle school, I remember they would fucking do
You
that.
don't even do that in college. You don't do that in college. Why are they making kids do that? College, you
It's
take the
crazy.
class 2 days a week and then you do the work at home, and it's not that much work. If you
It's
have a
too
kid who's in
much.
school 6 hours a day, then you give them 3 hours of homework because 30 minutes of homework per class times 6 classes or
Yes.
whatever.
Yes. No, it's.
No, that's ridiculous. No other job in the world besides teaching has you take work home and do it like that.
It's
You know what I
very
mean?
counterproductive and it makes kids resent school. Like
Yes.
if they didn't have to resent school, and these are the things that I think, generally speaking, might help the average kids to resent school. A, as we're talking about taking the homework away. B, I am serious about this. Like, I am such a night owl, and I've been a night owl literally since the day I was born. As a baby, in the nursery, at the hospital, all the other babies were sleeping, and I was like ready to go. Everybody has a different circadian rhythm. And the
Yeah.
most of the world functions on this like early spectrum, but a lot don't, and they're not ready for learning. Their brains aren't primed for it. I think if they started school at a more reasonable time, to give kids time to wake up leisurely, have their breakfast, read a book if they want to, or whatever. Or for some of the people like me, get extra sleep and be able to actually like be
Hmm.
on more hours of sleep, like give people the option. So if school
Hmm.
started at like, I don't know, 10 a.m. or something like that. And it's like usually it's like 7:30 to like 2:30, I think was my high school. Why do we need to get out at 2:30? Let me out at 4:30. It's totally fine. It's totally reasonable.
And they're moving toward that. There's actually,
Awesome.
they've studied it. There are scientists, like educational researchers who studied the effects of teens having to wake up so early on their like growth patterns, like
Yes.
they're going through a lot with all the hormones, and
Totally.
it will keep them up and make them sleep less and and it makes their grades go down. So a lot of schools are actually pushing to open later.
I love that. I am so
Like,
glad to
it's
hear
all about
that.
the research.
It's
If you want to
great.
make change in this
My
world, you
God, I think
gotta
that's
show the science.
fucking awesome. And then Dusty had extracurricular stuff that he did. He had band and
Journaling.
ROTC, and he would have to be at school way before school even opened. So he'd have to be there at like, what was it, 5 in the morning that he had to be there, or maybe wake up
Yeah.
at 5 or whatever it was. It was a ridiculously early time. Like, well, if you want to be in band and do this thing, or if you want to be in ROTC, you have to get your ass up way earlier. And then you're miserable, man. Like, and for some people, they're morning people and it works. Some people are night
Yeah.
people and it doesn't work. So shifting it a little bit later, the morning people, it's not like we're making them learn at night. So they get off at 4:30 instead of 2:30. It's still, you can still be a morning person and do the thing. And that way, like I said, you could have more time in the morning to either work on homework, so you can have the evenings free or whatever. Like there's a million different reasons why it would be better, but they force everybody to wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning. Man, my poor mom, holy shit. I felt so bad for my fucking mom trying to wake me up every morning. It was a battle every day.
Yeah.
Yo, and there was a point too where like once I was old enough to have like my own line. I had my own line in the room. So she would call me on the phone and I'd be like, "Hello." And she'd be like, "Okay, it's time to get up." And I'd be like, "Okay, I'm totally getting up." And I'd hang the phone up. And that would happen like
Hmm.
3 times. And then she would come in and be like, "Get up, you're gonna be late." And I'm like, "What are you talking about? You never even woke me up before." I was answering the phone while I was asleep completely. And then all of a sudden my mom's coming in and yelling at me because I'm gonna be late and I'm freaking out and my adrenaline's pumping and I'm stressed. I'm waking up into a stressed moment, um, just
Yeah.
to not be fucking late. And it was like horrible. It was honestly a horrible way for me to live. I mean, I was still at that point going to bed anywhere between 1 and 3 a.m. while I was in high school, having to be there 7:25 the first bell rang. Like I'm just never the type of person ever that's been able to go to sleep before midnight. Even when God, poor thing, when I was like a little kid too, like I'm 5 and they're like, "Okay, it's, whatever, like 8 o'clock or whatever, time for bed."
Yeah.
I'd be like, "What are you talking about?" Like, I'm ready to do shit, My mom's like, "You're a kid,
And we should
bedtime."
be able to sleep when we want to sleep when you're a kid. I mean, I'm not to sound like, you know, like a
Totally.
softie, but your body is growing. And if your body is telling you you need to be asleep,
Or if it's telling you
like,
you're not ready to be asleep, like there was times where like I'd have to go in my bedroom and I'd be like, "Oh, god damn it." But I'd lay there and it'd be quiet. And, there's times where I'd just be like, la la la, like just, I don't know, drawing pictures in the air with my hands or whatever. And my mom would come in to check and see if I was asleep. And she was like, "Go to sleep. Like, stop fucking around," basically. Like, go to sleep. And I'm like, I literally can't. Like, I don't know how you expect me just because you tell me now's the time to do the thing. Like, I'm not ready. Like, it's 8:30 at night. And even though I was like 4, it's still my brain
yeah,
has always,
that's just,
it's
yeah.
just me. And I feel like the society in general, whether it be school, whether it be like work or whatever, like the basic things, the average things that everybody in quotes does and that you're expected to do is to follow this early morning schedule. And it really sucks for me because a lot of people do not understand that. And I have gotten judged because of it. And like, I don't really care, but at the same time, it's
Hmm.
annoying to me. Like, and people, they
Yeah.
don't understand. Like, so I was in a band. We were trying to figure out a
Hmm.
good time for us to do band practice at night. And we were having schedule conflicts because of everybody's jobs at a point. And one of my bandmates was like, "Well, let's just why don't we do like 11 a.m. or something like that? Why don't we meet up at like 11 and we can do band practice. And I was like, you're out of your fucking mind. 11 a.m. I'm going to start screaming punk rock music? Like, you're crazy as fuck. There's no way that I am going to do that. And I was like, that's so early. And my buddy Alex, he was like, Sammy, that's not fucking early. And I was like, yes, it is. He's like, dude, most people are up at like 7 in the morning or whatever. And I'm like, I am not most people. For me, that is like excruciatingly early. I'm going to have to wake up at 9:30 in the morning to get up and get ready and go scream punk music. Like, you are crazy. Like, I'm sorry that you don't understand that. To me, that's early. That's not early to you because you're conditioned in this way, and that's the schedule that works for you. But for me, man, I've always been met with resistance from everybody all the time. Even just like calling certain businesses and stuff like that. Maybe they close at 4, and I'm like, fuck, I got to make sure to be on top of it and do it. Because, if it's up to me, I don't wake up until 2 every day. And I know it's not the normal way that people do it here in the country. But I feel like those individual aspects of who we are not appreciated and celebrated as much. They're looked at, like, you're looked at as you're lazy or something. But then there's nurses that work 12-hour shifts. They work midnight to noon and they sleep through the day. But because they have a fancy job, it's okay. But somebody that's a bartender or a server like myself, it's just like, oh, you're just obviously just a slacker. It's like, I'm not slacking. I still am operating the same amount of hours as you are. Sometimes even less. I sleep like 6 hours a lot of times. Most people have 8 to 10 hours of sleep, and I will totally do 6 hours because I'm used to having to like cut my sleep time to exist in this.
I know. It's such a stupid stigma. I think it started because of farmers.
Yeah.
Right? That's
No.
my thing.
Absolutely.
Like, if you're not up at 4 a.m. in the morning, then you're not a hard worker.
Yep. It's up with the sun. People get up with the sun.
Yeah. Early to bed, early to rise makes the man healthy, wealthy, and wise, or something.
Yep.
Like, there's all kinds of sayings and things that, point to that. But there's other cultures that don't have that as much. Like, there's like, siesta cultures where they take a nap and stay up later.
I love that. Actually, that's one of the things about Greece that was one of the biggest draws. I mean, for any of you guys in chat that don't know, me and Dusty and Tavia were planning on moving to Greece in 2020. And we all know what happened with 2020. So that did not happen. But there's a lot of different factors about why we want to move to Greece. But one of them is the fact that in Greece, people operate on a way later schedule. The majority of people operate on a much more shifted schedule. For example, their dinner time is like 11 o'clock to midnight. That's when the Greek people eat dinner. They say if anybody's eating dinner at like 6, 7, 8 o'clock, we know they're tourists. Because the Greek people, they do not eat at that time. It's like there's the tourist dinner rush, and then there's the local Greek people. And they do have siestas there as well. So the people tend to stay up later, and then they don't wake up as early. They're not forced to wake up as early. Also, this is a funny thing that we heard about the locals, too. We made some friends out there, and he was saying that, like, the clubs or the, bar type of atmospheres, they're like, the locals don't go out before 2. Like, the tourists go to these bars at 10 or 11 or midnight or whatever, but straight up, like, most of us local people, we don't go to the bars until 1 or 2 a.m. and we hang out.
Wow.
And that's when, like, they're closing a lot of places here in the States, like, you're done. It's 2 a.m. Get the fuck out. But that's when then the locals come out. And people will stay out until 6 in the morning, 6 or 7 in the morning, which honestly, that's when I usually go to bed. I go to bed about 6 or 7 a.m. So I was like, this is amazing. Like, you're telling me that this is not looked down upon. You're not looked at as a lazy bum or something like that, that this is a normal thing. And of course, some people might go to bed on the earlier side. Not everybody wants to stay up till 6, 7 a.m., but it's not seen as a demerit. You're not seen as the
Right.
dredges of society. It's just like we recognize people have different schedules, so everybody do whatever they want. And I'm like, that is where I
Yeah.
want to fucking be. I feel like I would be so happy living in an environment like that where it was like normal to go out at 2 in the fucking morning, man. It would be awesome. Be awesome. But in this country, nope. It's very specific, and unless you have very specific jobs, like people don't understand why you can't get things done by 5 p.m. Sometimes it's a little hard sometimes for me to get things done, and especially if I need to get a few things done. It's like, man, I gotta get all that done by 5. Oh, Jesus Christ, that's hard. It's
Yeah, and
different.
that's that's all standardization again. You know what I mean? Comes back to whatever we deem as normal, you should be living up to that thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's through the schools, it's through our, working hours, society,
Everything.
And the funny thing is we tend to like, I don't know, put people on pedestals who break the standardization too. So like you're expected to do all these things in a standard way, but the greatest people are like rebels. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
like
Who like break the
Einstein.
standard.
You know,
It's like
Einstein, who was a night owl with a messy
yeah,
desk. You know, I'm like,
Einstein.
fuck
I
yeah,
so thought of him.
Einstein.
Yeah, yeah. Break if you break the rules and something great happens, then
Yep.
you broke through the standards and now you're a hero. You know what I mean?
For sure. Yeah, that
It's
is
like such a
interesting.
weird, conflicting message.
You're right. You're so right. I saw a study a while ago that was talking about messy people tend to be like the more intelligent people tend to more predominantly be messy people. And I was like,
I
sick.
think I posted that,
I
because
might.
I'm a messy person.
I'm a messy person too. I'm a messy person
Yeah.
because I got a lot of other stuff that I want to worry about. Like I don't need to be worrying about
Yeah.
a fucking crumb. Like I'm doing other shit, man. My time is invested elsewhere. Like I don't really care. Actually, there's a quote that we really want to get somebody to cross stitch for us. It'd be awesome. It's a clean home is the sign of a wasted life.
I love
I
that.
love that. Which, not saying like you should live in fucking squalor or something like that, but like,
Right.
like invest your energy in productive ways. And some people feel way more comfortable in a tidy space. And that's okay. That's good for them. If they feel more
Yeah.
comfortable in a tidy space, rock on. But I don't. I feel very uncomfortable in a tidy space, actually. Like, I like clutter, I like things around. I feel more relaxed. If I'm at somebody's house and it's like the coffee table's clear and they just have a couple coasters, I'm all, like it makes me like nervous about dripping a little thing on the table, which I know they don't care about. It makes me feel more like hyper aware of everything, and I just like having a more relaxed way of living. And a lot of the big scientists and a lot of the like, the most eccentric people who have come up with, amazing things in this world are messy fucking people. So it's interesting.
Hmm.
People think, oh, if your
I
if your
think
home's organized or if your desk is organized, then your brain is organized. But is it?
yeah. Right.
Probably not.
Or you just I think there are some people like find it therapeutic, I've heard. Not me. I like if I have to clean my house, I'm like, here we go. An entire day of doing something I hate. Like the only way I
Yes.
can even manage it is if I'm listening to a book on tape. Like I have to listen to, or audiobooks is what they call them now.
Sure.
It's not a book on tape.
Totally.
Now you can find books on tape on the World Wide Web.
I know.
So.
On the interwebs. Wow.
Yeah. No, but like I have to, my brain is not stimulated from cleaning. So I have to be doing something, either listening to a podcast or listening to an audiobook or having the TV on in the background and focusing on a storyline.
Yes.
Otherwise
Agreed.
I'm just like, I'll go insane.
I
Like
know.
same with like retail jobs, or like, if there's not like music, or I always get in trouble from talking too much to like customers. Like that was like,
Me too.
like you're supposed to be stocking the shelf, not talking to the customers. But I'd be like, look at all this stuff I just sold them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just like,
For sure.
you know,
Yeah, that's
just, like,
important to me too. Is that connection and I don't know, like
I
that's what's
just
real.
can't clean.
No, I don't
I
like
had
it
a-
either, man. It's so boring.
It's so boring.
You know what? During quarantine though, do you
I'll
remember
go
the
insane.
post that we made? It was in the first like phase of quarantine, maybe the first or second month of quarantine. Like we sat here and were lazy as fuck pretty much for like a minute. And we weren't home very much before. Dusty was at the office. Me and Tavia were out working. And then all of a sudden we're home and shit just got like out of control. It got out of control here because we didn't want to do shit. And then we were like, okay, guys, check it out. We gotta fucking do the thing. We gotta have a house cleaning day. But I had an idea. I was like, why don't we make a fun 50s themed house cleaning day where we wear fun outfits and we blast 50s music and we make a thing out of it. We're going to make a thing. We're going to make it a fun event. And
Yeah.
we honestly had an awesome time. We did a whole photo shoot with us in our fucking outfits. I like did a timer on the phone and set it up on the counter, and we're like have all these props and shit. And it was so fun. I was like, okay, this actually made cleaning way more fun. And the outfits too, because we got dressed up for it. This is an event that's happening. It wasn't as begrudging.
You should do that for like get people together. Be like, I will help you throw a house cleaning party, and all of your friends will come over and clean.
I'll do it. It
I
worked.
would-
It fucking
I'm
worked.
down. I'll hire you. I'll be your first customer.
That's awesome. I'm coming. Like, let's do it.
I
Like,
want,
make it
I
more
want,
fun.
like a glam rock theme. I want like 70s glam rock themed house cleaning party.
You can do it. You can fight. Like, oh my God, make a thing. Tell people, hey, we're going to do this thing. It's going to be fun. Everybody gets a little task and it's going to be fun. And then we're going to have snacks afterwards. We get a reward or something like it's like how I have to do it, or it just seems like the worst thing ever. It just seems like a horrible chore that I hate. And imagining doing it in silence, like Christy, like I can't clean unless listening to music. Like, oh my God, doing anything like that in silence, that would make me want to like stab myself in the heart, Like,
I don't fold my laundry anymore.
Fuck it, right? I've never folded my laundry really.
I remember just maybe like a year ago, I have lots of laundry. I love clothes. I have so many clothes. And I don't have a laundromat at my house because I live in Santa Cruz where houses are $2 million. So I live in like a tiny home in the back of someone's yard. You know what I mean?
Shit.
And so like I have to go to the laundromat. So I just ended up buying lots and lots of clothes. So I only have to go to the laundromat like every 3 weeks because I have 40 pairs of pants.
Awesome.
Yeah. So like I remember folding the clothes. And it took me like 5 hours to fold all my clothes. And I just thought, like, I just wasted 5 hours folding clothes and watching Netflix. Like, I'm just going to keep them I'm just going to move bins around. I got my clean bag of laundry and my dirty bag of laundry.
That's good.
I'll have wrinkly clothes.
Whatever.
Like, I just can't do it anymore.
It's not like back in the day where you like people iron their clothes and starch their shirts. Like nobody's doing that. I don't give a fuck if my t-shirt is a little crumply. Like I really could not care less. I really don't mind any of that. So I kind of do the same thing too. And I'm trying to be better about organization in our room. Like my room was like out of control. Like I do the pile system. I've always done the pile system. I have a mountain, and somehow my mind knows what part of the pile that these items are in. I'm good at like doing that, like kind of like photographic type of thing. Like I know where shit is. But it got to the point where it was like such a massive mountain, and it was during quarantine when I was like, okay, if I'm in fucking quarantine and I don't handle this, I am the worst person ever. So I'm going to do it. And it took me days and days to go through everything because it was just like so much, and it's a pile. It's all black clothes too. It's all black. So like I had to go through everything. I went through a bunch of my drawers and all the old stuff that either was like outdated that I loved before. Now it's just not my style anymore. I still had some shit from the 90s, like little shirts with glittery turtles on it and shit. And it's like, I don't wear that anymore. It's got to go. So I was like, okay, I'm only keeping clothes that can either fit in the closet or in my drawers. If they don't fit
That's
in
good.
these places, it's got to go. So, of course, everything was stuffed to the fucking gills because I made space for as much as I could. And I
Like
maintained,
rolled it
yeah,
and vacuum sealed it.
yes, I'm like, I'm going to keep all the shit. I'm not getting rid of any more things than I have to. And I was really good at
Yeah.
maintaining it for a while. And I have recently dropped the ball on that one over the past couple months. I dropped the ball and the pile is returning. And I'm looking at it dauntingly where I'm like, fuck. Like, since it was so nice in there, now I'm really seeing how bad that it is. And I'm really trying to make an effort to fix that. But I just need to dedicate the time. I just need to take the time and be like, I'm doing this today. But goddamn, it is so hard.
I just, I want to make more money and pay someone to do it. Like that's my secret. Like,
It's a
how do
good one.
how do I get someone else to do it for me? Because it's just so mind numbing. The only thing is like I don't hoard. I just don't have a big space. I live in a literal tiny home. So like right now I'm in the little loft area of my tiny home. You know what I mean? And I don't have the space and I don't have the time, and it's kind of a beautiful mess, you know.
Yeah.
Like I'm looking at four guitars here just on the ground, like beautiful.
That's
Yeah,
great though. It's great as long as you're
like
comfortable, you know. Everybody's different. And I have some friends, we actually went to a friend's house recently, and their house is fucking meticulous. It is meticulous. They have a white rug in the living
oh my
room.
god,
A white rug, and I'm
I
like,
admire that.
"What?
I admire
Like
that.
how? How can you even possibly have a white fucking rug? Like, oh god, I would fuck it up in 2 seconds, you know? But like that works for them. They feel comfortable in that environment and they work hard
I
to do
wish
it.
I could do that. So it feels like people who clean like that, they have some magical ability. I feel like Mary Poppins or something. Like to me, that's like magic compared to my lifestyle. You
Yeah.
know what I mean?
Cuz every day
I can't do it.
they do stuff. Every single day they're
They're
like, I'm
cleaning
sweeping the floor today because you just sweep the floor every day or the floor gets out of control. So you just do it every
yeah,
day.
they like have the habits or something.
Yeah.
Oh, see, they got nice stuff. I love looking through like interior decorating magazines and seeing like the sparse, nice furniture on display. It almost looks like it's like the window of a business, but people actually live in there.
Yeah.
You know what I
Like
mean? Like,
mid-century. There's a lot
I
of
love
really
it.
cool mid-century designs
Yeah.
that are
They have their pieces
awesome.
on display.
Yeah.
It's not covered in, you know, thrift store clothes like my life, you know, but so I admire it. I think it's beautiful and cool. And in a way it is kind of like an art for them, like their space is their environment that they've
Yes.
created, you know? But it's just I'm a single mom and a business owner and a teacher and like I
Yeah.
have a cat.
There's other shit to
Anytime
do, man.
I make a nice little display and my cat's just like
Yes.
like, oh, can I do something here?
Oh
No.
my god, that's
So,
so funny. Yeah, and we have 4
freaking
cats,
cat.
so there's cat hair
Oh,
everywhere, always and forever.
cat hair. Just like big loose piles of hair
Yes.
just
And that's
accumulating
hard
corn.
to keep up with, man. Like, I'm not
Yeah.
vacuuming all the time. Christy said her grandma used to vacuum every day. Every day. You'd have to pay me so much money to vacuum every fucking day? No way.
I lost my vacuum. I don't know where
You live in a tiny house. How far can it go?
that's how far my that's where my mess is at. Like, where's my vacuum? I don't know.
Oh my. That's so fucking funny,
It's
dude.
a shop vac in my defense. I have like a shop vac
Oh
because
my
I'm trying to get
god.
tiny tools, you know,
That's so fucking funny. Oh my god. Yeah, dude.
to
It's
vacuum it.
it's just a different world, you know, and this just goes back to like how everybody's so different and everybody feels so comfortable in such different circumstances. Some people want to wake up super early and go to work and get done early in the day and have the rest of the day. And some people, that's a nightmare. Some people want to live in houses like mine where it's just like an eclectic art zone that's just like an art gallery cluttered with a million fucking things. And this would drive some
I
people
love your
fucking
house.
crazy. It would make some people like nuts living
Yeah.
here, you know? But like I feel like people are nuts as fuck when I go to those people's houses where there's like giant white walls with nothing on it. And I'm like, you need to put something on that wall. Even if it's like one painting, like that is way too big of a wall to be fucking empty. You're making me uncomfortable. How are you not
Yeah.
uncomfortable with that wall?
Right.
And they're not. It's just so interesting. People are so different and so unique. And I love the fact that everybody in this world is so different. Because there's so many different kinds of people in this world. And it would be so boring if we were all the same.
Right.
Like, how boring would
Yeah.
that be? But it's funny because sometimes we are
So
not a product of our environment. And sometimes people are. Like, if like they grew up in a house where things were very specific, that's their comfortable norm. So they keep that. But for me, like, I did the opposite. Like, my house was always very tidy. And it wasn't like obsessively clean where it was like crazy. Like, we didn't feel like we were on edge, but you know, we never had junk laying around in the corner at all. My parents made sure we had like a very like clean and clear environment, and that's what I grew up in. But my room was a fucking disaster all the time. And my mom would be like, what the fuck? Like, you're not raised like this. Look at the rest of the house. Why is your room the only room in the house that looks like that? And I'm like, I don't know. It's just what I do. And she used to give me shit about cleaning my room so much when I was little. She finally just let it go
Mm-hmm.
when it hit like middle school or whatever. She's like, do whatever the fuck you want. It's your goddamn room, you know? But as a kid, she'd be
Aw.
like, clean your room. And I'd be like, but I don't want to. Okay, but you have to. And I'm
Yeah.
like, what? One time when I was little, oh my God, do you remember the fashion plates when we were kids where you would like use a crayon and you'd put the little plates and make different outfits and then you'd rub on a paper and it would like do like little designs? It was like an 80s thing. It was like
Ah.
a cool 80s thing. But like one time my mom was like, if you don't clean your room, I'm throwing everything away. And I was like, whatever, you don't tell me what to do. I'm not doing it. And my mom came in with a trash bag and she didn't throw everything away. She wanted me to think that she threw everything away. But she came in with the trash bag, put everything that was on the floor in the fucking trash bag, and took it out into the garage and hid it or whatever. And she was expecting me to be like, no, I'll totally clean my room forevermore after you did that. And I, being the little shit that I was, knew that that's what she wanted. She wanted a reaction. So I didn't give her any reaction at all. I didn't even mention it. I didn't ask about any of the shit. I totally played it like a boss, where I was just like, whatever. And after like a couple weeks, she was just like, aren't you so sad about all that stuff that's gone? You know, and I was like, yeah, it really sucks. But like, this is how I'm comfortable, you know? Like, it is what it is, basically. And she was like,
Aw.
I didn't throw it away. I'm going to give it back to you, but you like have to try harder and don't keep all the stuff on your floor. And I was like, okay, like I'll do my best. But like, it was just fighting nature at that point. It's just like you're trying to force people to do things that they don't want to do. But I understand as a parent, you're trying to teach good skills to kids. Like, I totally don't blame
Yeah.
her. I don't blame her at all. I think that she was
Yeah.
doing the right thing as a parent to try to like make that point. But just in the end, I've always been me. And this is me.
Yeah.
And no matter what you do, I'm never going to not be me, whether it has a schedule or whether it's whatever, you know, or like cleaning a space. Like, it's like we're all just ourselves. And I find it so interesting that, you know, me being raised in like a tidy environment, like it didn't have anything to do with who I am. Like, we have such innate qualities that we're born with. And it's so interesting because you never know what you're going to get as a parent. It's just rolling the dice.
No.
You don't know. Oh, well, the kid's half of me, so naturally they're going to be into these things, or they're going to be like me in this way, and I'm going to raise them in this way, and they're going to be like that. And then a lot of times that shit does not work out the way that people expect. And sometimes people get mini-me's. You just never fucking
Yeah.
know. It's so weird.
Totally.
So Darla, tell me how she is as a person, your daughter, like compared to how you are. Like, do you feel like you guys are really similar, or do you have like some like fundamental differences?
We're different. We're definitely different. But we have similar things too. She is much more like nurturing, I think, than I was when I was her age.
Really?
I was
Oh.
definitely a lot more egotistical, and she's like a lot more aware of what's going on with other people. She's a little more sensitive. I was kind of like, ah! I just wanted to like, make people laugh and run around, and and she's a lot more like, she'll listen a little bit better, and
That's really cool.
she's definitely more mature than I was. I think when I was her age, I don't know what I was doing. It definitely wasn't having deep conversations about the LGBTQ community. Like, she's very like conscious of other
Wow.
people's struggles,
I love that. And she's how old now? She like 8 or something? 10?
She's 9.
9.
She's
Okay.
9.
Wow, I love
That's like
that.
her strength. They're these kind of like interpersonal skills. But she's very funny, and she is kind of coming into her own right now. So like for Christmas, I was like, "What do you want?" She's like, "I want a pair of Doc Marten boots." And I
Hell
was like,
yeah.
"Oh, that's cool." So I got her the cool like cherry red Docs,
Awesome.
and she wears them every day. She like loves them, and she's it's funny because the 90s came back. I don't know if you're aware of that style trend.
Really? Well,
So
I still am the 90s, so
yeah,
I don't know, but it's back, huh?
She like dresses like more 90s than I did in the 90s. Like, I was like, you look more 90s than I did in the 90s.
That's so interesting. Really?
Yeah. Yeah, no, definitely. And she's like all into Eminem right now. I don't know where this came from, but she's like super into Eminem. And I never liked
Random.
Eminem. So
Okay.
that's one way.
That's
Yeah.
pretty random. Okay. Sammy isn't aware that any other styles happened since the 90s. I mean, you're not wrong about that. That's pretty
Well,
true.
Y2K is coming back too now.
What do you mean?
Oh, they call it Y2K style.
That's what they're calling it? Because it's like the
Well,
millennial like change over 2000 type of thing. Really? Y2K.
Y2K. Yeah, they use that term all the time.
Do they even know what it
I have
means?
like 8th graders. Well, I was like, I don't think we even used the term Y2K. We just said it's the 2000s. That's what I used to say.
Yeah, no, Y2K was a very specific event.
Yeah, Y2K.
No, that was the specific event at the changeover of the millennium. But that's so funny that's
Right.
now the term that's used to describe
That's
that
the
era. Whoa. Interesting.
Yeah.
So is the 90s music
So,
like hip with the kids these days too? Some of them.
well, they wear the shirts. Okay, this is really interesting. They'll wear like a Nirvana shirt or like a Sublime shirt, and I'll like make a reference, and I'll be like, yeah, I don't actually listen to this band. I just like the art. And they have like no shame in wearing band shirts and not knowing who the band is. Like, that's how rebellious they are.
There needs to be
They're like,
music
screw
education.
you. I just like the album art.
Oh no. Oh Lord. I had a coworker actually
You got a problem.
at a diner a few years ago, and he was like young, a bit younger than me, but he had a Nirvana shirt on, and I was like, "Fuck yeah, fucking Nirvana shirt's badass, dude. That's awesome!" Like, boom. What's your favorite album? I was just trying to make conversation because I was like pumped on it, and he was like, "Oh, I don't know any of the like albums." And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, you're wearing a Nirvana shirt. And I was like, okay, name 3 songs. Like I went from give me your favorite
Oh my
album. I
God.
put him on the spot. I was like, name 3 Nirvana songs right now, or I'm taking
That's
that
so
shirt.
millennial of you.
Yeah.
What a millennial actually asking people
Oh,
they know who's on their shirt.
let me just say, I am Gen X, and I proudly will hold Gen X. I don't ever call me millennial again. But yeah,
Well,
dude.
I'm rocking the side part. I'm very millennial.
You are. You're definitely of that generation. But I was like, I was that cusp, and I really do identify more as Gen X than millennial personally for a lot of different reasons.
Yeah.
But yeah, he had no idea what. Like he was like, I don't know. There's like this. That one smells like teen something song, and I was like, okay, this is like emergency. Like we need to have Nirvana education. And he kind of laughed at himself about it. Um,
They do need the education to go on. I mean, that's one way we could improve the school systems. Be like, okay, if you're wearing a shirt, we're gonna host an intervention here.
yes, just at least know what you're
burn you a
representing,
CD.
man. Oh my God. But yeah, I think that's an
Burn you a-
interesting topic to talk about is the generations, like the generational.
Elder millennial. Sorry, I've never heard that term.
Elder millennial.
Am I an elder
No.
millennial? I think I am an elder
I
millennial.
don't think so. I think you're straight up millennial.
No, I'm middle-aged millennial.
What year were you born?
88.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like that's pretty like legit.
I feel like 90s millennials are different than 80s millennials.
Well, I feel like so each generation, if I'm not wrong, it's 16 years. They give it 16 years, which I think is way longer than it needs to be. Like I think they need to be chopped into smaller ones.
Each decade.
Yes.
The decades need
big time. Like I feel like there's definitely like a big difference between like an elder millennial and a like, like a younger millennial. Like that's such a big difference. But like for me, like what I feel, which is why I really truly resonate with Gen X substantially more than the millennials, is because I was born in 1980 and I would have been class of 99, and at no point ever when I was in high school, because I dropped out in 97, which gives me a little bit of unique perspective, but not one person had a cell phone in my school. We all had beepers. Mm-hmm. I'm the beeper generation. We all had fucking beepers. There was no computer classes, for Christ's sake. Google didn't even get going it didn't even exist until I dropped out of high school. And that's just when Google like became a company. Like the actual like .com boom was like 2000, 2001 is when that actually started kicking in. So a lot of the kids that were only a few years behind me, like my brother's like 5.5 years behind me. He was 86. And in his school, they had computers, like they were old school at this point, but they had an email address for school so they could email things to the teachers, and they were able to go on the internet and research things. I'm the goddamn Encyclopedia Britannica fucking generation. It was not an option. It was the library. Go to the library, rent a book was the literal only options. So to me, I think the line there should be before there was technology in schools. Did you go to school at a time where technology was relevant? Yay or nay? Yay is one whole different thing. Like I was Oregon Trail floppy disks, and that's my extent of computer knowledge that I had, was how to put fucking where in the world is Carmen Sandiego into the fucking old computer, like I never had to type anything. I never took a typing class. Like I feel like it's so different. And then some of my friends that are not that far behind me, I have a friend who was born in 86 as well. And I'm like, you're the same age as my brother. So I totally, like, I know what stages that you were at because I know where my brother was at. And a lot of times it's like, whatever, we're only like 6 years apart. It's not that big of a difference. I'm like, but it is. But it is, because when I was out of high school at, whatever, like 97, like they were 11 at that age.
Yeah.
Like the difference between being, you know, like a full-blown adult and working a job and being 11, I hate to say it, but it's a big fucking difference. Now it's not a big difference. Who cares if someone's 6 years old? It doesn't fucking make a difference at all. But at that time, things were moving so fast with technology that, like, it's a big fucking difference. And it's weird that they, like, the millennials, it's like they say, like, 1982, 81 or 82 is, like, the line for that. But Dusty was born in 82, and he didn't have all that shit either, you know? Like, it's like, man, they just, like, arbitrarily put these, like, dates on these generations. And, like, somebody who's 16 years apart, you're going to put them in the same generation. These people grew up with iPads. You know, like the young millennials, they had an iPad or an iPod or whatever, you know, like they were born and raised with this technology integrated into their life. And I mean, I had a fucking beeper, dude, beeper codes, like raise your hand if you remember beeper codes, you know, like you born in 88, you don't remember fucking beeper codes. Why would you need that? Like that was before, that was before your time. But beeper codes were like,
I never had.
There you go. Everybody had
Pager.
one, you know?
That's what we pagers.
Okay. Florida, we called them beepers. But some people
No,
call
I
them
think they
pagers
call them beepers too. Pagers. My cousin had one, and I remember being little and being like, "Man, I wish I had one of those." I was like, too young to get a beeper.
It's so funny,
beepers are
man.
so cool. Put them on your belt loop, and I got a what I get, Tamagotchis. I don't know.
Oh yeah.
If you know what those are.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I used to be like, "This is cool, like how a beeper's cool."
Oh my God.
Belt buckle.
See, little things like that, like Tamagotchis. Like if I was a kid where there was Tamagotchis, I would have thought that was like the most awesome thing ever. But I was like, I don't know, maybe like 18 or something like that. And I was like in the rave scene. So the ravers kind of like Pokemon. Like that's when Pokemon first started. So I wasn't a kid liking Pokemon. I was like 18 or 19 wearing Pokemon shirts because it was cute at the raves, you know? So it was just like, just a different angle of things, you know? It's so interesting how like.
And I had like a binder of Pokemon cards that I was like trading and like
for sure
showing off my holographic.
And if I was that age too, I probably would have been right there. I would have been right there with you, you know.
Pogs?
But
you guys, did you do Pogs?
My brother did. My brother's generation was the Pog generation.
Yeah, he's like 2 years younger than me.
Yep. He loved.
We had
Pogs.
the coolest. And then '90s was like a really great time to be a kid.
I bet it was. I bet it really was.
You know, it was Nickelodeon in the '90s. Are you kidding me, dude?
See, I phased out because
you missed
I
out.
was so like, okay, I don't want to sound like a dick saying this, but honestly, like I felt like I was always so like mature for my age as a kid. I felt like insulted by like cheesy kid stuff. Even when I was like a little kid, like I really liked like the 80s cartoons and stuff, but I didn't like Tom and Jerry where it was just kind of slapstick. I was like, why is this funny? Like he just hit him over the head with a frying pan. That's not funny to me. Like, why is this funny? You know? And like kids are like, I'm like, I don't get it. You know? So, well, by the time
but what
I was
about
like,
Ren and Stimpy?
I liked Ren and Stimpy because it was more mature humor. I did like that.
Right.
The mature humor got me. I was like, we're making jokes that I'm older and I understand. You know, like kids wouldn't get this, but I fucking get it.
So my students, their version of Tom and Jerry, which to me is like old cartoons, is like South Park and Family Guy and The Simpsons.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I like classic cartoons.
Oh, that's considered classic cartoons right now. Which honestly, for young kids, like that shit's not appropriate. For young kids like South Park and Family Guy.
These kids are not appropriate. Just know they've had a cell phone with no parental controls their entire lives. God. That means everything on the internet that you can look up purpose or on accidents.
Okay, so basically innocence has been lost with the newer generation, so they're able to handle more of these jokes and get them because they're growing up faster, huh?
I feel like my daughter gets some of the jokes, whereas if I were her age and I saw the jokes, it would be like, boop.
Which I gotta say, like with certain things like Family Guy, a lot of it is very like old references to things that, like, me being the age that I am, I get a lot of the references. They're about TV shows in the 70s and
Oh,
shit
yeah.
like that, Kids are
I
not
like
gonna.
George W. Bush,
Yeah.
Al
Yeah,
Gore.
they're gonna have no idea what the fuck some of these references are. So I can see Family Guy really not making a lot of sense to a lot of the kids because they're like, what the fuck? I mean, Seth MacFarlane,
Yeah.
I don't know how old he is. He's probably 50. So a lot of the references he was drawing
Like
from was like old shit.
Even South Park has like a ton of references,
It's
and
true. It's true. But
they all
yeah.
have all these references, and they don't care. They don't care about the references. They don't care about the band shirts. They don't care what it means. They just like the art.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, Dusty said we had
Cool.
no idea what sexual preferences were. Now elementary kids are debating on whether they're asexual or not. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
it's very true. You're right. I mean,
I
there's a
teach
different
I teach
awareness.
about the different sexualities, and I teach about different genders.
That's awesome. That's super cool because I'm sure
Yeah,
they have a lot of
like
questions.
we do entire like school wide lessons on how to be tolerant and respect others. I was thinking about this though, like I feel like a lot of my friends in the Y2K or whatever, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
the early 2000s could have been like any of those categories, you know, and we just didn't know what the categories were.
totally.
So we just were that, but we didn't like say we were that,
Yeah.
you know.
Oh, for
And I
sure.
wonder if that was available. People would have different, you know?
Absolutely. I absolutely think that it would be different if that was more
Yeah.
commonplace at the time. I mean, goddamn, I remember people struggling super hard to even admit that they were gay. It
Yeah.
was like a whole
That was
thing, like worried about getting like ostracized from your family and the community, and people just coming out of the closet was like a huge, giant fucking thing. Because think about it, our parents were born in the early 50s. Like, talk
mm-hmm.
about a different generation. Like, my parents, they were the howdy
Yeah.
doody generation, literally. Like, Mary Tyler Moore and shit like that. Like where people couldn't even sleep in the same beds with each other on the television. They had to be
Right.
in separate beds. So, like, we're coming
Or
from,
women couldn't be pregnant on TV.
it's crazy. And then, like, the little 50s
As it
housewife
alluded to what
thing.
happens to get her.
Oh my God. See, like, things were so different that I think our parents, being of that generation, it scared a lot of people because they recognized how conservative that a lot of these people were. So
Yeah.
nowadays, your kids, you're the parent. You are the parent now, like growing up in a way more
Yeah.
progressive time. And it's
So
amazing because you're like, no, it's all good. Be whatever the hell you want. I mean, not every person is like that now. Of course, different demographics in different areas. But
and me, I'm like open to everything, but I mix up all the labels sometimes. Like I forget what one thing is, and I get embarrassed. And it's like, you know what I mean?
there's a lot
Like we're
to
having to
remember.
educate ourselves, you know? That's why I'm glad the schools are doing 'cause it's educating me. Like we bought all these like pride flags, like all different kinds, and our school bought the wrong lesbian flag, and the kids were like educating us like you can't use that flag. It was created by a man and it doesn't include trans women, and it's actually a really hateful like um flag.
Wow. And you're like, thank you
And
for
we're like,
letting me know. I was not aware of
well, let's
that.
get rid of this. You know what I mean? Like,
Wow.
So like we're having a hard time, like schools are having a hard time keeping up with all the stuff too, you know what I mean? Because everyone wants to do the right thing and be tolerant and inclusive of all of our students, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But then we're like, oh, wrong flag. Well, it came with the pack, so we're you know.
Totally. Yeah, it's gotta be tough. It's gotta be tough for you guys.
Yep.
And I love that you guys are really taking that much energy and trying to do it right and trying to make sure you're staying on point with all of it. But yeah, it's hard us not growing up with these terms and the openness of these things. Like it's a
Yeah.
transition. It's a transition for anybody born in the fucking 80s or even halfway through the
Yeah.
90s to kind of change for this new generation. I mean, we have to change, and I support the change completely, of course, but it is a learning curve because we're not used to having to
Yeah.
change pronouns like
Or
that.
we're just like, oh, you're just queer, like, you know,
Yeah,
like
yeah, totally.
that's what we are.
And honestly,
Or
like
like
that was
whatever. I'm
easy.
not even gonna say what I am, but I'm gonna go make out with whoever I want. Like,
Yeah. Which, you know what, to be
you know
honest
what I
with
mean?
you, just my personal opinion, I think labels in general tend to be limiting. I'm not a fan
Mm-hmm.
of labels. I don't like being called, you know, I don't know, a punk rocker or a hippie or whatever things. Like I don't like being labeled as things or a liberal or a Democrat or what the fuck ever. I'm just me and I have a lot of different thoughts and ideas on different things and I personally prefer to not have a label. I think the labels is what really divides people. So with all of this new gender roles and all of this stuff, like I think it's great that people are understanding all of these different options that they have. And I, it's not my community, so I'm not saying that anybody should do anything different. I just think that something that can come out of that is a little bit of a disconnect because, oh, you're this one thing over here, but we over here we're this, we identify as this. So it makes it a little bit hard having so many different like subcategories. I feel like it could just make a little bit of a maybe a divide within the community if they were just like back in the day
I
queer, everyone's queer, so nobody cares.
right. I think, well, the way I've seen it is like a lot of it's fluid and people experimenting with identity, and I think I have seen some conflict within the community about different labels, but then it's usually resolved and then becomes more inclusive,
Good.
and that's where like new labels happen. And I think it's I think it's cool the kids are experimenting with it. I'll say that. I have a younger friend right now. She's like 23, and she's part of this like cool like queer kid community in San Francisco, and she like educates me on everything because I'm like soccer mom compared to everything. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Um, but the more I learn, the more I'm like, oh, I think it's cool because it can empower somebody who wants to describe how they feel, and so the labels like help them be like, I'm gender fluid, and that means like today I'm just not feeling super feminine, and and that might change later. You know what I mean?
Sure.
And I have the freedom to do that. And so it's kind of empowering.
Yeah,
So
for sure.
I see, wait, sorry if I'm playing the devil's advocate a lot
No,
today on your
that's the
show here.
best. That's the best. I love
Yeah.
having these
I just
kind of
try to think of different.
conversations. No, I love learning about this from other perspectives, like about anything. Like I want devil's advocate. I think
Yeah.
it's important, which I'm also playing devil's advocate at times
Yeah.
too. But it makes for really good conversations where we're like, let's try to see things from different angles too. And sometimes, you or somebody might say something and I'm like, fucking A, I didn't even think about that. Like I was talking about earlier about the
Yeah.
education where I'm like, if they were separate, it would help them learn. And you're like, but when they get to learn together, it's better. I'm like, you know what? That's a fucking good point. So,
That's how I learned everything too. And I think what helps us learn is that we can put out what we're thinking without like ego, and then be accepting to new ideas and be like,
yes.
oh, I see that. And that's
Yes.
why we get to learn so much in our lives, because there's some people who just keep it in here and then
No, you're
It stays in there. No evolution, you know.
you're
So I think it's good
so
to put it out there. I love
right.
when I have students who are outspoken, you know, or like, you know, so we all learn
I
something.
always want to learn. I always want to at least hear from other people's perspectives because I think that's the most important thing. I'm only seeing things through my filter, my own mind. But what is invaluable is listening to other people and hearing their perspectives. And you don't have to agree with every single thing that somebody says completely, but at the same time, like, I'm glad that I at least heard. I want to hear, I want to know what people are thinking. And that, I think if more people were willing to listen to other people's perspectives, I think it would be fucking fantastic. I think it would be a much better world that we live in.
Yeah. I feel like the kids are actually doing a good job of that. That's I'm gonna take away a point for the band t-shirt thing, but I'm gonna give them a point for I feel like they're more tolerant than my generation was. And that's probably because of the internet, where they see a bunch of TikToks of people expressing themselves, you know? They're just exposed to more kinds of people. I don't
I'm
know.
so glad that there's a more like open world right now, that people are feeling more content to share these things, and even if it's just like TikTok or whatever, however they're learning a bunch of this stuff. Like, I love that there's this window into the world besides who's in your community. I mean, when we were young, there was no internet community like that. Like, the only people you knew were the people in your area, in your school,
Yeah.
in your demographics at all. That was it. Unless your parents took you other places or you watched television shows and you saw, you know, other kinds of communities. But here, the world is so much bigger now, and people are able to tap in
Mhm.
and learn about some really great different ways of being. And the kid that's stuck in, I don't know, Texas or Alabama, out in the middle of nowhere where they're not supported by their community because some of these places in the South Bible Belt are not welcoming to these kinds of ideas, but they can
Right.
join this community online and at least get the information that they're not being given in their area. So, like, what an amazing thing that the internet has
Yeah.
provided us with this, like, sense of community, and whatever kind of community you want. I mean, if you got some crazy fetishes or
Yeah.
whatever, like, it's cool.
I know.
You want like foot pictures, like, all day. You can get it. It's
Yeah.
fine. No one's judging you.
Furry.
It's totally fine. The furries, yes.
I,
Whatever, man.
that it really took me a lot to be tolerant about the furries. That was somewhere where I had a little bit of a conservative blockage. You know what I mean?
You're like, what the fuck are you people doing? Like, this is a weird one,
Yeah.
dressing up like squirrels and humping and stuff. Like, it's a little strange, but hey, if it makes people
Yeah.
happy.
Then I had a student who was a furry, and she would sew her furry costume. She like made her own furry costume
Huh.
in class. Yeah. And I would tell her, like, I want you to help me because I don't understand this. You know, I was like, I'm sorry. Furries kind of scare me. They remind me of like Easter bunny fears that I had as a child, you know, and just you don't know who's underneath. And I don't know, she kind of brought me around to it because she was a cool kid. And she's like, you know, it's not always that. Sometimes it's just you enjoy making costumes, or it's like a form of cosplay, and you can meet new friends who also do stuff like that. Like, you know, so I was like, oh, okay. It's like a spectrum of the community of furries.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And for the younger ones, that makes more sense. It's a lot of, like, the
Yeah,
older ones that it can be a more sexual thing. And honestly, whatever.
yeah,
I don't give a fuck what anybody wants to do, man. If you want to dress as
yeah.
Ninja Turtles and bang all night long, more power to you, dude. I literally don't care what anybody does as
That
long as you're
might be
happy.
my community, actually. Is that a real thing?
I don't
Because
know.
that might be
I don't know. It can be.
the ninja.
It can be your thing.
You see pizza.
Totally. You know, man.
Totally.
Oh man. Christy said we had a group of furries meet at the restaurant I used to work at. The kind of tails they wore, I wouldn't do in public. Oh, was it the?
What's that mean? They all mean different things, right?
I have no idea. Tell me more, Christy. I'm very curious. And I know they have
Looks
the like
you got
they have the
plans for
butt
that.
plug ones where like they have like tails that are like butt plug versions. Okay, that's what Dusty's saying too.
And they wear them in public.
I mean, how would
Gosh.
you wear that? Maybe put a slit in your costume and then it comes out?
My coworkers are like watching me right now.
Sorry, we can now transition from talking about.
I was about education and turn a furry butt plugs.
Welcome to Inspired by Mystery, where we go down crazy rabbit holes.
Let's cut this out before we put it on YouTube.
You know, it's just so interesting. Everybody's so different. And I love it. I love how even if I don't get it, I don't have to get it. I don't have to get it. People do whatever they want in this world.
I'm tolerant of all communities.
Except for Nambla.
Unless they're, yeah.
Dusty. We are learning. We're learning about things right now that maybe some of you guys didn't know about.
Well, I think we're in a very experimental time for a lot of people. And I mean, it happened in the 60s. And now that stuff's all acceptable. You know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah, things are changing and
generation and evolution.
I love it. I love watching evolution happen right in front of our eyes. And Dusty, as Dusty said, we're learning about acceptance. It is very true. It's very, very true that it's so important, especially if it's not affecting you. That's one of the things that bothers me so much about the world is people are like,
it's not getting hurt.
Yeah, like, oh, you know, somebody in Washington's getting an abortion. I'm going to protest. Like, you don't have to raise the kid. You have nothing to do with any of this. Why do you even have an opinion? Or like gay marriage. That was like such a big deal down in the South where a lot of the justice of the peace or the people that did the marrying stopped doing it. They stopped doing it in a protest against gay marriage. And I'm like, you guys are the worst. Like, if you don't want to be the one to perform the ceremony, that is your choice. But like, it made it hard for straight people or whatever, like, to even get married because everybody was on strike. And it's like, stop expressing your opinions on other people.
Yeah.
Just let people do what they do in this world. And as long as they're not hurting anybody, man, it's nobody's business. It's nobody's business what anybody does. Ninja Turtles, be damned, do whatever, you know, like as long as you're not hurting anybody. And I love that the world seems like it's slowly but surely moving in that direction. There's still like a death rattle right now. There's still like a lot of resistance coming from, you know, some of the more conservative areas because they don't understand and they're not ready to give that up. And some of these areas might never change. It might just be generation after generation of people that aren't as inclusive. And I feel like that's pretty sad.
And I think that comes from fear that, you know, the world's going to change without them or something. I don't know. Or they think it's a direct attack on them somehow.
Yeah.
I try to find the empathy there. It's hard because they hurt a lot of people. Their actions actually do hurt people.
Yes.
You know, keeping two people from being married who are in love.
Yes.
You know,
I agree.
that is actually
it's hurting people.
It's hurting people. Yeah. So
everyone just needs to mind.
I don't understand that mentality as much as I would, you know, as much as I can because I do feel like that hurts people.
It does. It really can. And especially like making kids feel scared to be honest with their parents because it's different, you know, like that makes me so sad, especially in religious communities. And not necessarily every religion, but generally speaking, organized religion, they have specific vision and goals, and this is what we do and this is what you don't do. There's a lot of lines, and especially in Christianity and in southern sects of Christianity specifically. It's extremely hard lined. Like, you're going to go to hell. gay people go to hell. I'm like, oh my God, stop telling people that. Like, oh my God, you're scaring everybody. Like, if your poor child is different, like, my God, like, I feel like that needs to evolve too.
Right.
The fear mongering
And it's
needs to
like
evolve.
they're allowed to believe that if they want to believe that. In my like, if you want to believe that, that's
Yeah.
fine. But don't
Stop pushing it on other
keep other
people.
people. Yeah, like you can believe whatever you want. In my opinion, as long as
I agree.
you aren't hurting other people.
I agree. And that's what makes it hard because a lot of, with religion in general, it's a matter of preserving the message and preserving the history of it. So there's not a lot of room for evolution with that. It's like these are the words of God and that is it. And that is the end. And I've determined that these words mean, gay people go to hell. So therefore that's what it is. It's like I feel like they push these things in order to, I don't know, kind of keep their beliefs pure, because if you start changing shit, then what does it actually mean in the end? Like, where's the structure if you just keep changing things left and right? So it's like the super old outdated thing that's causing a lot of pain for a lot of the youth who is just trying to be themselves and just trying to find who it is that they really are, but they're being told hell is the option just for them being themselves. Like, how sad is that if, like, some little kid in the middle of Texas or Arkansas or whatever, like, just hears on the internet through their communities about all these different gender options, and they really resonate with that, but they're terrified to come out and say it because nobody will understand. Like, it's just so sad. And I hope that we move forward,
And
and it keeps getting more and more
yeah.
acceptable.
Well, it's terrible to the point where they're committing suicide at higher rates, or they have anxiety and they're having major mental
So
illness from
sad.
society. Yeah, I think
Repression.
the suicide rates like skyrocketed for teens over COVID. It was
Damn,
like
really.
we learned about this, and we had like a PD at my school. Like, the mental health crisis is real. Like, I have
God, it's so
2 to 3
sad.
kids going to the wellness center, which is like our counseling center, like every class period, having like breakdowns, like being not adjusting well to being back in school, and there's just like a lot of factors for that, but I imagine, like, and it is true, like for the LGBTQ plus community, like, is much higher, and it's just,
It's such a
you
damn
know
shame.
giving them acceptance and tolerance. Like, it's easy just to, even people who have their beliefs, just keep it to yourself.
Yeah, you don't have
You
to
could, like, literally,
agree.
a kid could literally hurt themselves because of words, you know what I mean? Like, and
Absolutely.
they do hurt themselves because of words. So it's like, that's where I'm at with it. Just like, don't hurt people who are different, or like, and if it's your own kid, that's even harder. It's hard. Like, I've had things that I've been like, oh my God, I never want my kid to do this. And then my kid does it. And then I have to be like, okay. Like, I wanted Darla to be vegan, you know? I was like, I want her to be vegan. Like, that's what I believe. I think that's the right thing.
Yeah.
Well, she's not vegan. When I found out she'd been lying about being vegan, her dad had her just lie to me. He's like, just don't tell your mom. You know what I
Oh,
mean?
bummer, man.
Yeah. So, like, the lying, the deception, them feeling like I was being kind of like disrespected, and all of that, like, I got really mad. And I imagine that's how some of those parents feel. Just like,
Yeah.
you
But at
know,
the same time, that was your projection of what you thought that she should be. It's a value that you very strongly uh,
yes.
feel. Like, you feel that to your core. You've been vegan for so long, and that is something
Yeah.
important to you. But she's her
Right.
own
But I'm
person,
not
you
gonna
know? Shit.
disown her. I'm not gonna disown Darla, or
Totally.
like, you know, hold it against her, be cruel about it. You know what I mean?
Yes.
But I did get upset. I got really upset
Did you get more
when I
upset
found out.
about the fact that she lied or about the fact that she was not choosing to be vegan?
I think that had her dad and had her dad just been open about it, like, hey, this is my kid, I'm gonna feed her whatever I want. Had it been that, it would have been a lot better than being like, oh my gosh, my daughter and my ex-husband have been deceiving me for 3 years.
Absolutely. That
You know
I
what I
figured
mean?
was probably the hardest part of that.
That was the hardest part of it, but also it was like shocking and like and it did like it stung a little bit because you want your kid to be something. You know what I mean? You're like, oh, I made you, and like, let's take on, like, you get these like feelings about how you want them to be, and like,
For sure.
you know, so I could see like parents be like, I want my son to be a super masculine football star and
Totally.
and join the Buccaneers, and you know what I mean, like
Totally.
and like you do project on your kid, like you definitely do.
Yeah.
You know,
I broke the mold
like,
so
I'm like,
fucking
Darla, I bought you all these art supplies, you know.
Yeah.
Like, want to eat a little bit, or we could do.
Which I think is great that like as a parent you're trying to share the things that bring you so much joy and hope that it will also bring your kids joy. But sometimes it's completely different. Like, my parents, my mom specifically, she just like wanted to have kids really bad. And she wanted to be a mom. She was like really like was passionate about wanting to be a mom. And like I said before, she was a fantastic mom. But she was very focused on family, and it was to a codependent degree, but she was like, I'm going to have this daughter, and my daughter is going to be awesome, and we're going to watch the same TV shows together, and we're going to go have lunch dates all the time and get our nails done together, and she's going to live down the street, and then we're going to have Sunday dinners like forever, and then my daughter's going to have a bunch of grandbabies, and I'm going to have all these grandbabies, and things are going to be so awesome, and I popped out, didn't want to sleep, didn't want to clean my fucking room, was a rebel, was extremely introspective, which was not befitting of my, parents' normal, like, kind of topics of conversation that we had. I was the why, because I needed to understand why. I wanted to know, like, the mechanics of how everything worked and why things were, And it annoyed my dad, where he's just like, God, she just asked why, she just won't stop talking. And she's like, you can't, you can't choose what kind of kid you get, like, this is what we got. We got a why asking kid. And then I get older and I dye my fucking hair. And my mom cries when I came home when I had dyed hair because it wasn't what her vision was of me. And then I'm wearing thrift shop clothes and I've got fucking, like grunge as fuck with like holes and shit and whatever, And then all of a sudden when I got older, I got rainbow dreadlocks. And guess what? It's not a phase. Like, I'm not the kid who's going to live down the street from you and watch American Idol and talk about American Idol with you and have a bunch of grandbabies. Like, I can't, that's not me. It's not me at all. And honestly, like, I feel bad for her because that's just what she wanted so bad. She wanted what her and her mom had. And you don't get to choose that. I popped out and was this, like, complete, like, rogue thing that nobody saw coming. And they had to adjust to that. They really had to adjust, and it was hard. My dad, it was different with my dad because my dad was always like a rebel dude. I still don't understand how the two of them really worked for so long because he's so rebellious. My mom's a rule follower. It's very strange. So my dad was kind of like, oh, you're fucking, like, you're cool. You're like a badass. We're going to go, like, get you a tattoo. So I was like, Dad, I want a tattoo at 16. And he's like, okay, but we can't tell your mother. And I was like, hell yeah, like, so my dad, like, understood and he helped, like, facilitate that uniqueness for me.
Yeah.
But it was tough. It was really tough. And I honestly felt bad. I apologized to my mom at a point down the road when I got older. I was like, I'm really sorry that, like, you didn't get what you wanted. Like, you imagined that I was going to be this, this thing, a version of you, because I'm genetically half you, so like, weird to think that I wouldn't be, but I'm like the totally, like, I'm so opposite from her in a lot of ways. As far as our values, like my mom's very honest and she's very loyal, and I'm very honest and loyal. And I value those things a
Right.
lot, So like there's certain like core things that are there that I learned from her. But as far as like our interests and our desires and the way we want to live life, like it's totally different. And it's just so crazy to just know that you never know what the fuck you're gonna get. And of course, you want to give her the art supplies. My mom wanted
Yeah.
to give me whatever, And when I told her that I didn't want to have kids ever when I was younger, I was like, I'm not having kids. She was like, but it's the greatest joy in the world. It's the best. And I'm like, I'm so glad that you enjoyed it. Like, I'm so glad for you. But like, I don't want to
Yeah.
do any of that. I don't have that maternal instinct at all. Like, I have no desire to do that part at all. But like, I'm not judging you for wanting to do it. I just don't resonate in any way. And it's a hell of an adjustment to really see your kid as an individual, as a
Yeah.
person.
And it you gave your mom a wonderful gift by being you as well. Because I have learned so much from Darla, especially in those areas where she's not like me. You know,
Yeah.
like I didn't know a lot of, she taught me a lot about the LGBTQ community, whereas I'd be like, I'm not going to go read a bunch of books. Like we went to Barnes and Noble, she bought 3 books from the section, and she like looks through them, like
Awesome.
LGBTQ plus hero and things like that. And so I learned so much from her because she's different than me,
I love that.
you know.
That's awesome.
And you did that for your mom. You taught her so much. Like with our kids, it doesn't matter what age you have your kids at. Like you still grow up with your kids too. Like you live life with your kids involved in your life as much as you're involved in their life. I mean, you don't always see that from the other side if you haven't been on the other side. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
But that's the fact. Like the more different your kids are, the more you're going to learn from them. And so
it's
it
true.
truly is a gift to have a kid who's not like you.
You
And
know,
all of those parents,
it's good to hear.
who have to deal with kids who are very different from them or who go against their beliefs or who whatever, even like the vegan thing with Darla. I'm like, well, maybe I was a little extreme about something. You know what I mean? Like, because you just love your kids so much that
Yeah,
you know, like you want to learn and know what they're doing. You want to be involved in their lives and you want to, hear what they're doing. And
and
so,
support them to find their own way because when you were a kid, you didn't want to just do everything that your mom was doing or what she thought that you should do. Like you had to find your own way. It was very important, especially in certain people's circumstances. It's better for them to be able to say no thanks, I don't want to do it that way, and you get to go do your own thing. You get that choice. You're just cracking up over there right now.
because me and my mom are like total opposites, like almost completely. She was like a PE teacher
Oh man,
and
really? Oh
she was
wow.
really intense. We were just like really different. We were complete opposites, but we're both kind of wacky. So I guess that's
Yeah. This is interesting development. So, when I was younger, being different, my mom didn't understand it, but she was always supportive. She was always supportive of me being me.
yeah.
But, it bummed her out, and I could see that it bummed her out. But over time, she realized that, like, I am who I am. And she had a dream a
Mhm.
bunch of years ago that we were going to meet up for lunch or something, and I showed up. She said I showed up wearing a very preppy yellow dress, and my hair was normal, and I had no tattoos. And I showed up, and in this dream, she was like, "Hey, you're not my daughter. Where's my daughter? Like
Aw.
I want my real daughter." And she told me about this
Aw.
dream, and it was so sweet. And she's like, You know, I really, really realized in that moment that, like, I don't want you to be anybody besides who you are. Like, you coming in having
Ah,
normal hair with a yellow dress, she's like, it was so not you. And that's what my projection would have been of what I expected you to be or wanted you to be. But when it comes down to it, like, you are you, and I absolutely love you for who you are. She said, I love every colored dreadlock on your head, and I wouldn't change a thing. And that was the
ah,
sweetest thing. And it's like it took 34 years or whatever it was, you know, like for that snap of like, holy shit, I'm glad that she is who she is, regardless of how I would have like wanted her to be. So it was a nice thing to hear. And you know, even though she's been supportive, I could just always feel that like I was disappointing, you know, like I'm so sorry I'm disappointing you. And no kid wants to disappoint their parents ever. You know, I'm sure Darla felt like shit. I'm sure she felt so bummed that like she's like, fuck, hurting mom's feelings. I don't want to hurt her feelings.
she did. We had to go through a whole like healing thing and came out on the other end and it
I'm
was fine,
so
you know.
glad. I'm really, really glad. But like,
You know,
bummer.
that's like karma or whatever you want to call it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm so glad I had like Darla's. She's my soulmate. You know what I mean?
I
Like,
love
she's
it.
like, I don't care. She could do. You know, there are very few things that she could do for me to disown her completely. You know what I mean? It would take
For sure.
so much.
She sounds so,
Like, so.
so awesome. She sounds like a really cool, very self aware person.
Yes.
And I love that. I love
She,
that you
she,
made one of those. Good job.
she's always been that. Like, I don't know. Sometimes I feel like she's like parenting herself. She's so good. When even as a baby, she hardly cried. She was always like looking around. You know what I mean? People called her a Buddha baby because she was just like, you know, so contented
That's
seeming.
so
And
cool. You got super lucky with
yeah,
that.
I lucked out because I've seen a lot of kids. Like there's, you know, I'm not just being biased. You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
You
Like, I
work
mean,
with kids all the
that
time.
biological love really strong. You know what I mean? But no, I just think she's a great kid. Her teachers see it too. They're like, you know, not trying to brag about my kid. Oh my
No,
god,
it's
I'm so lame.
great.
But
You should.
but
You
for all, like,
should.
she really is just like super cool. She's smarter than I was. You know, like I see already how she's like passing me in the evolution game. You know, which is fascinating. Fascinating to watch, you know, and I loved it. And I just, you know,
That's so
I mean, that's the
awesome.
thing with my students too. Like the more freedom I give them to express themselves, like the more I learn, and like the roles are a little blurred sometimes, you know, between generations. So it's fun. It's good
It's
stuff.
cool that she's getting into the 90s stuff too because you're like, yeah, hell yeah, that was my shit. You know, like I was
Yeah,
there. Like you can connect
she's
on that.
kind of going 90s raver. Like she's you got to meet her because I think you'd. She got like this. She loves Hot Topic. First of all, Hot Topic is like she loves Hot Topic, and she got like this purple beanie that looks like it has piercings in it. Like looks like it has eyebrow piercings in the beanie. I don't know how else to describe
Cute.
it. It's got like these metal things in it, you know. And she'll wear just like really bright colors and I don't know, like different scene. And then she's like listening to Eminem, like everything in the 90s that I didn't really get into, she's into. So I'm kind of relearning the 90s a little bit.
Interesting. I was totally a 90s raver. So
Yeah.
it's kind of
She
cute
show her.
seeing that like coming back. Like that's so funny, dude. It's so interesting.
Yeah,
Wow.
it is really interesting. What else did she do? She found like this sweater. I don't know. It looks like somebody who would listen to Linkin Park would wear this like kind of
Oh
disheveled
no.
like sweatshirt. It's kind of like stinky with like the holes in the wrists and like you know
Okay.
what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like it'd be like some weird guy and hit on me in middle school, and I was like, she's like, this is so cool. I was like, okay.
Whatever you want, babe. Whatever.
I'm sure in a different way than its original meaning, you know?
Yeah.
Like, they're viewing 90s stuff in the way I imagine we viewed, like, 60s and 70s stuff. Like, we weren't there, so we have just, like, a different perspective on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what I kind of learned. Like, I love the 60s and the 70s. I love rock and roll and all that. But my perspective of it is like it's a different planet.
Yeah.
I've never been to, and I want to go. And sometimes it's like playing dress up or like being transported if I listen to the music. You know what I mean?
Yeah. When I was a kid, I loved, like, and I still do, but I loved all the classic rock. Like, The Doors is one of my favorite bands ever. Led Zeppelin's one of my favorite bands ever. Pink Floyd is my ultimate favorite band ever. Like, I
Yeah.
resonate so much with a lot of the music that came before me. And you're right. Like, I have this idea of what I think it was like at that time, but I wasn't there. But in the 90s, I was rocking my Led Zeppelin shirts and my Jim Morrison shirts, and I was connecting in the only
Yeah.
way that I knew how to connect without a fucking time machine. But my mom
Yeah.
at the time was like, wow, like, wow, back in the 60s and 70s, this is what I was doing. My mom was a little bit more folk flower child type of thing. But I was the rocker, the 70s rocker
Yeah.
type of thing,
It's
so
like the same thing.
it's the
Yeah.
same thing.
I
It's
just
so
hope she
weird.
doesn't get into ICP. That's my.
That's a fair request. That is a fair.
I will accept and tolerate, but
Oh my God. Yeah.
I could see it happening next. I've been like,
Dude.
she likes makeup.
You know what? It's funny because I actually liked the ICPs, their first album, The Great Malenko. At the time, before it was like juggalos were a thing, I was like, oh, this is fun. Someone showed it to me and I was like, oh, it's fucking funny and it's crass. Like, okay, cool, And then all of a sudden this community came and was like, wait, what is this? Like, oh, people are crazy. Like, I don't like it that much. Jesus. I just like that one album. It was kind of fun, Like, oh my God.
Have you seen the ICP documentary?
No.
It's called like American Juggalo.
What streaming site is it on? Is it on a streaming one?
I watched it on YouTube. You gotta watch it.
I'll watch it.
It's artsy, dude. It's artsy.
Is it about the community or is it about the band more so? Or both?
It's about juggalos.
Oh my God. Did you hear they were classified as a terror organization? Did they talk about that in the documentary?
Probably, but I think I was a little buzzed watching it.
Apparently, because there's so much like violence and stuff at their little juggalo conventions.
It makes sense.
Apparently, they're on like the FBI like terror group list. Like,
maybe we should have a live viewing of it here on Twitch
that would
with
be
your
so
fans.
interesting. You'd be like, we're gonna learn about juggalos today. We could totally do that.
You should watch it and then just have you and Dusty doing commentary, like that one. What was that one show?
Oh, like Mystery
The
Science
live
Theater. Mystery Science
Yeah,
Theater.
yeah,
Yeah. Which is Dusty's
do it with
favorite
that
thing in the
juggalo.
world. He loves that shit so much. Oh
Yeah.
yeah, you're from Michigan. You get that Fago, huh?
It kind of like followed these 5 main juggalos and like did like a little spot
I'll totally watch it. That's very
on their juggalo drama. It was good.
God. This
I remember just
world
thinking,
is
wow,
filled with some
This is it.
really unique people. And those are like things
Yeah.
like we have no idea. Like we've never even been in that culture, so we would have no idea what their reality consists of.
Well, so full circle back to bringing kids into my home, like street kids, and there were some juggalos.
Really?
Yeah.
How was it? What was your perception of mingling with juggalos?
They, my perception of the juggalos personally that I was hanging out with was that they were different people as juggalos and then as just kids going to school. kind of thing. Like
Okay.
they'd kind of put on their Spider-Man outfit or whatever, you know, and transform into.
Interesting. So the values that they had like didn't necessarily transfer between the two lives.
I don't really know that much about Juggalo values.
I know. I'm curious. Well, I thought maybe hanging out with them. Like, did you learn about it? Because I'm really intrigued. I think it's very interesting.
I just they'd dress up and then they'd be like different vibes, like shit, like more like, oh, I'm tough now. I'm in my Juggalo. You know, like that's how I.
Activate Juggalo mode.
Yeah, like they'd be all like goofy and like making jokes, and then they'd be like, Juggalo.
Yep.
Like, more.
It's so weird, man. It's so
Like,
strange.
hey guys, what's up?
Mm.
And they like have the paint on and the
Oh my god.
droopy clothes.
So strange. So yeah, okay, fair enough. You know would prefer for
Yeah.
Darla to not go that route.
I mean, if she does accept it. I love her. You know, I'm okay with it. But you know, I'll learn something. That'll be another learning adventure for me.
What music does she listen to right now? Like a 9-year-old kid right now. I'm curious. That's into 90s
She listens
aesthetic.
to new music.
Oh.
She listens to new music. She listens to 90s music. We listen to some what's the dude? I showed her some stuff that I thought was good for what she was going for. Like I showed her Sugar Ray and shoot, I'm like blanking on who sings it. Hey now, you're an all-star.
Oh,
Game on, go, play.
the,
I blanked on it right
me
now.
too.
Let's look at the
Shit.
chat here.
Why can I
Hey now.
not? Like I know the song, but I can't think of the damn name of the group. Dusty's gonna get it, I bet, any second. Smash Mouth.
Smash
Thank you,
Mouth.
Christy. Yeah. That's the one. Smash Mouth. Yep.
Yeah, Smash Mouth, like kind of that stuff. Oh, and we're gonna go see Bare Naked Ladies in Paso Robles together. So.
I am so not a fan of Bare Naked Ladies, but I'm excited that you get to go to a concert.
So you know that festival of horrible music
Yes.
that we clown on all the time.
Yes.
On the Quarantine Tea Party.
Yes.
She came to me in all seriousness asking if we could go to that.
Really? An emo concert?
And I couldn't be like, slap. You know, like I couldn't like,
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
hell is wrong
Yeah.
with you? You know what I mean?
Interesting.
So I just
Okay.
had to, because she likes My Chemical Romance too.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Like she's picking out things that I wasn't picking out.
That makes sense. Okay. Huh. But you know what?
But-
I heard that the Bare Naked Ladies, who, like I said, not a fan of them specifically at all, but they are touring with Gin Blossoms and Toad the Wet Sprocket. And I would
like
go for
their
both of
hit
them.
song. I like the Bare Naked Ladies song.
Oh, the Chinese chicken song?
In the 90s, I was listening to like Boys to Men and Coolio and Chelsea. Okay, like that was my 90s music.
Oh, yeah, dude.
Stacey and JoJo, you know, like Brandy.
Okay, so you like the R&B, you like that little like
Yeah.
You like In Vogue and all that stuff
I
too.
didn't really listen to 90s rock. I listened to like hip hop and R&B in the 90s. That was more my thing.
Early 90s,
And
I listened to the R&B stuff. Like I totally was all about the Boys to Men and a lot of that stuff, In Vogue and a lot of that stuff early 90s. But then like right around like early mid, that's when I went like full into the rock zone. But I still love a lot of that old stuff. Like I still love like I don't know, some of the like I don't know, it fucking gets me going. Like Shy and everything. Like, I don't know if anybody remembers that, but I remember it, you know, like a lot of...
Oh, I did listen to Alanis Morissette.
Cool. That was big. I loved it. Oh, Dusty's asking, is emo the Y2K music? You know what? I bet it is, because that right around that time, that's when the emo kids were doing the thing. So I bet it
That's
is.
the Y2K comeback. I think that's why that festival exists, not for millennials, but for the new gen.
That's so
I think that's why they're
weird.
like, oh, we can make a lot of money, you know,
And then the parents that
exploiting
were emo
even
can bring
elder
their
millennial
kids.
emo.
Yeah. Yeah, you got
Yeah.
the millennials that are doing their thing because they were into it when they were in middle school or high school. You know, they were the hot topic generation. Now their kids are, and they can go and like share that. I didn't think kids would even know about a lot of that shit. Dude, reading that flyer, there was only about, I think, like 3 or 4 bands that I had even heard of from that whole flyer. Some of them I'm like, oh, I couldn't tell you a song, but I recognize the name. But there was maybe only like 3 or 4 of them that I actually had heard of. And I was like, wow.
Well, Dashboard Confessional is going to be there, right?
Those are one of them. Those are one of the
That's
few. Those are the only ones that I
That
actually
is
liked.
the emo band. That is the emo band.
Because I did
And that's
listen
what
to
I,
an album.
and I think I have a Mandela effect about what emo is. Because what other people call emo, I didn't consider emo in the Y2K. I considered emo like short hair with the thing. And then this new emo is like they've got spiky hair and the emo bangs and like different colors. They almost look like anime characters or something.
I think it's a fusion. I think it's a new fusion type of thing. I do. I think it's like an evolution of it because I think you're right. I mean, I was a little bit older, so I wasn't in the scene at that time, but I like saw people walking around like malls and stuff like that.
They got the skinny jeans were, that was all emos. Dudes wearing skinny jeans. Yeah, emo evolved into a much more, I think it went from like I'm genuinely depressed to like I'm depressed, and then woo.
Yeah. Yep.
Like,
Yep.
like
But you know, if kids were feeling that, it was like a good thing to be able to like connect. Actually, I said it, you know, it gave them something to connect with at that time. And you know what? Like Dashboard Confessional, I'd heard them through a friend, and it wasn't my normal type of music, but that there was one album that I really liked at the time. And I was going through a breakup at that time, and it like made sense to me. I felt it. I'd never listened to any of the other bands. I didn't even realize that was like an emo thing. I just thought it was like a one-off band that just had some sappy lyrics, you know, and then it turned into a whole thing. But, you know, it did help me at the time because it gave me a little bit of like a you're not alone kind of feeling, you know, like this dude's bummed out too, his chick left, you know, and like I'm bummed out and like everyone's bummed out, but I'm singing it and I feel better, you know.
Oh, Weezer. Okay, I loved Weezer.
I didn't feel like Weezer was emo really at all, babe. I might have to disagree with you.
I see where he's going with Weezer and the Jimmy Eat World, actually. I see that because of the kids who got really into emo. I felt like that was their gateway too. They got into Weezer and then kind of turned left from like this happy kind of like 90s punk poppy feel, sunshiny into but the style was very similar.
Yeah.
Rivers looks like Indian or Rivers, whatever.
Weezer wasn't called emo, but the term emo came after Weezer, but all the emo bands were modeling themselves after Weezer, Dusty says. Huh.
Stylistically, yeah, stylistically. I see that. The tight pants and the glasses and the hair, the traditional emo hair, you know.
Dusty said his years of managing Hot Topic taught him the emo history.
Oh, there you go.
Which
yeah,
okay.
The history of...
That's fair. Okay, real quick,
I like
though.
this one band. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead before I have something else I want to ask about.
Oh, there's this band called Cursive,
Mm.
and I don't know if they're emo or not. Maybe it sounds like Dusty is an expert.
No, they're
so
not. Cursive is not.
they're not really
No,
emo.
I don't think it would be considered.
But they're not whiny that way. I feel like the emo kids liked Cursive, and then they showed it to me.
Really, Justin, Risky Biscuit Band, Justin.
Not
He
emo.
loves them. That's like
Good.
one of his favorite
Glad,
bands
'cause I
ever,
like
and he's not an emo guy.
Okay, thank God.
Okay.
Okay, you guys
know.
saved me a lot of embarrassment.
You're welcome.
I officially do not like emo music.
You don't.
so-
You're safe. You're safe. But
Yeah,
one thing I wanted to bring
Weezer's
up,
on the
because
outside,
you were talking
Purple's
about
on the outside.
Mandela effect before. You were talking about how you have a Mandela effect about the
Oh, yeah.
emo thing. There's another Mandela effect that we had talked about, which this is so strange. You were telling me a while ago about the Shazam or Kazam or whatever, the
Yeah.
Sinbad movie. And there's like a whole bunch of people out there that remember this movie existing, and then they're like, literally the movie never existed. So tell me why you know.
I know for a fact
Yes.
that this movie exists.
Yes.
I know for a fact that Shazam existed because it was my favorite movie. And I remember watching it on my little TV/VHS player. And I had it up on my thing. And I bought a pet millipede, one of those big ass millipedes. And I didn't like anything else that Sinbad did. There was no other movie I liked by Sinbad. And I named my millipede Sinbad because of Shazam.
Because of Shazam. You named him Sinbad.
I don't think I can name another Sinbad movie besides Shazam.
I can't either.
Why would I just randomly name my millipede Sinbad if that movie didn't exist?
I don't know.
And I don't think Kazam existed.
Wait, what's the Kazam? Is that the one that they say actually existed?
Kazam, yeah, is the one that actually existed, and it's Shaq playing a genie.
Oh, okay, right. That's okay. All right, because they're saying they're like, oh, people are mistaken because it's Shaquille O'Neal as a genie. It was never Sinbad all along. They were saying that it never was. But you don't think that movie even existed back then?
If it did, I never saw it.
Did you watch it as an adult to see if it rang any bells? If there was maybe any chance that you...
I
switched
won't.
them up?
It's black magic. It's black... Something is wrong. Mandela effect scares me. It's something I have a fear about.
What are your theories? What do you think this means?
I mean, I just think it's creepy. I mean, I know they say it's because that we shifted with another dimension and things got moved around. But it gives me the heebie-jeebies. Like, reality can just shift, and then all of a sudden, everything you know is no longer true. That's frightening.
It is.
That's, like, really frightening.
It's really...
Imagine people who thought Nelson Mandela died.
Yeah. Yeah.
How freaked out they would be to hear he didn't, and that they were wrong the whole time.
Totally. Now, I wonder if there was
Like,
maybe like a false news report or something like that circulated that maybe people latched onto, and maybe they didn't get the follow-up. Like, I wonder if it was something easily explainable, like a, misreported news story with that one. I don't know.
Could be. I found another one recently that I confirmed with my friends. So me and my friends were really into sitcoms. We had a sitcom. We loved Nick at Night and TV Land. That was like our favorite thing to talk about. We'd sit up late at night, watch Nick at Night, and we watched all these sitcoms. We even started a club in middle school, the TV Land
awesome.
Nick at Night club. And I was the president. He was the vice president. And we would listen to theme songs. Theme song music was like, we're like, oh, and we'd memorize the songs. And there was this one song, and I don't remember what the show actually was, but I knew it at one time. And when I heard the song again recently, it like, I don't know how it came up on YouTube or something. I wasn't like looking at these things, but it showed the sitcom intro. And I knew like that's not what it was. It was like some superhero. And I don't have all the like name details. I mean, this was a long time ago. I don't have all the name details, but I knew for sure that like, no, there wasn't some guy in a red suit with blonde hair who was a superhero. Like this was like a kind of like a Charles and Chargy kind of show or
Okay.
something, you know? Like it wasn't this. I like passed it by my friend and he was like, yeah, no, that was not what that theme song was for. Like that was never for that show. We've never even heard of that show. So that was another weird one.
Interesting.
That like, and I see them a lot, and it makes me, I don't know, it just makes me go, my reality is not stable, and that's what scares me.
Yeah.
About it.
Yeah. No, you're right. It's really freaky, and there's so many different ones that I've heard brought up, and honestly, some of them I feel like are more easily explainable. But the movie
There's a lot
one,
of fake ones out there too. There's fake
the
ones.
Sinbad movie, that's the one where I'm like, what the fuck? Because a lot of people
Yeah.
really remember this happening. And when you told me you had named your pet after Sinbad from the movie, that adds a whole different element of what the fuck to it. You know, like
No,
how did this
I
not exist?
could even ask the lady, my Aunt Marybelle, I don't know if you ever met her, who was like took care of me after school. She could have probably told you I watched that movie almost every day, and then I got really excited when I got my new pet. I was like, I'm gonna name him Sinbad, you know? Like,
It's
I
so
was like so
strange.
stoked. No, it makes me want to cry. Like it scares me.
Because I mean, if it happened and now for some reason it didn't happen in this version, like how does some people remember it and some people don't? That's the weird thing, that people are on different sides of the coin with it. And I don't understand, like, did
I think there's people out there who don't want to argue with it because they're scared.
hmm
You
maybe
know,
so. I don't know. I mean, maybe
like
everyone's in the
you know how there's
same thing. Like, are we all on the same movement path? But like, I just never heard about the movie. I don't know. It doesn't mean that I wouldn't have thought it
right.
existed if I heard about it, but I just personally never heard about it. So I won't discredit the fact that maybe some of my friends at the time actually watched it too. You know, like, I don't fucking know.
What freaked me out was Sinbad made that video response about it, where he was like mocking people. Like this made me so sad. It's like mocking people who believed he made that movie.
Really?
Yeah, he was like, "Oh yeah, I made that movie. Hey, stop asking me about it."
Well, if not one person has a
Oh,
DVD or a VHS, I guess it would have probably been during VHS times. Nobody has it. It doesn't exist. Nobody
well,
has a physical copy, which is so strange.
well, all of this is just consciousness, right? This whole, like you've heard these theories, right? Like this is all like matter only makes up like the smallest percentage of just nothingness. And so most of what we're living in is like just consciousness or whatever, you know what I mean? So in
Yes.
this collective dream that we're all having, it makes sense that a memory swipe could happen, and then there's nothing, there's like the matter disappears as well. I think that's how time travel work, is like having like breaking through the consciousness. Like I don't think there's a machine that you're going to travel through time with. I think if time travel comes down to like kind of like, I don't know, like consciousness, like you could probably, like there's probably like yogis who can use their minds to travel through time.
Yeah.
You know, like I think Eastern philosophy has a lot of like codes and how to manipulate the consciousness sphere.
It's very fucking possible. I don't know. Like,
Are we weird? Are we bizarre yet?
oh, it's there's so many theories on that, and you're right. Like maybe it's not going to be a machine at all. Maybe it's going to be something internal where we're able to actually switch within ourselves. Because I mean, it'd be really hard to physically take a human body and propel it through time one way or another. There'd have to be like stargates or entry points or something like that. Like there'd have to be something. You'd think.
Mm-hmm.
So with this, like maybe it is something like
Jump through into a different dimension, which is like the layers of time or something. I don't know.
But why would it be such random, insignificant things that in this reality people are remembering that didn't actually happen in this current time line, basically? Like, why a fucking Sinbad movie? It's so random. It's so weird.
You know what it coincides with too is the poles shifting, like magnetic.
I mean,
pole
they're
shifts
always, it's definitely in the process of shifting, and the pole is moving constantly. But that's just like a normal process. But I wonder if maybe this
So
has
maybe
happened a bunch
it's
of times
happened.
before.
Yeah, it probably has.
Interesting.
They just have the internet to confirm it all with everyone, and people probably just thought, oh, I'm getting old, losing my memory, or
Interesting. Yeah, I wonder if this has happened multiple times previously.
there
Where
was like everyone on the internet like being like, hey,
you're right, the internet has definitely brought a whole new level of awareness in so many ways because people are able to talk to an unlimited amount of people in the entire world at one time. When before, like
and
we were
someone
saying,
had to be like, hey, I'm trying to find the movie Shazam, and someone would be like, oh my gosh, I looked everywhere, I can't find it, and they're like, like,
yeah, it's kind of
it
snowballed.
is weird stuff. Some of the Mandela effect stuff is like, okay, that's probably not actually true Mandela effect. Like
Like the
the
Berenstain
Monopoly
Bears.
guy having a lot of,
Oh yeah, because there's the peanut
like, I
guy.
feel like, okay, we expect him to, but it makes sense if he didn't. Like,
Yeah.
I don't vividly remember that,
No, but because of his dapper outfit and the time period in which the guy is supposed to come from, like it just kind of makes
Yeah.
sense. So yeah, you're right. I think that like false memories are a real thing, and I don't know if I asked you to draw the Monopoly guy without talking about the Mandela effect or what anybody thought about it, like you probably most likely wouldn't have drawn it with it, and if you did, it probably would have been because like, oh, he's old timey, right? He's a money guy, he's probably got a
Yeah.
monocle. But like the
Or
Berenstain
the
Bears ones, that one I find interesting. And I don't
me
know.
too.
I have my thoughts on this one because I grew up with the Berenstain Bears. It was the Berenstain Bears for sure. I still have one of my books. It's on the shelf.
AIN.
And what I think this one is a misunderstanding because me growing up in South Florida, I grew up around a very large Jewish community. So Jewish names were way more common and we were used to hearing them more. And it wasn't like a foreign thing to have a name sound like 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 Rubenstein and all there's so many different like Steens, Goldstein.
Yeah.
Like when people think of like Jewish names, it's like Goldstein, Rubenstein, whatever. It's Steen. It's never been said as Stein in just like average culture. So with this one, like we always called it Berenstain, because it says it on the thing, but also we were able to read it and know that was not the pronunciation of it. So I think a lot of kids, they probably, mostly, I would think the people that think it's Steen, probably lived in areas that didn't have very high Jewish communities. Probably was not names that they were really used to having around. Their parents probably said Bernstein Bears, because that's just the easiest, what you would scan it real quick. You're going to think that's what it is. Oh, Bernstein Bears,
What is it? What is it actually?
Berenstain.
AIN?
Yep, AIN.
I remember it being that.
It was. So that's good.
Yeah.
It definitely was. But it's weird that so many people are like, no, it was always Bernstein, but not one person can produce an actual book from that time that was not photoshopped that actually says a different
Yeah.
spelling, you know? Like it always was that. But I think, like I said, I think it was just like a language thing. I think that people just, maybe the parents just called it Bernstein Bears. And then kids later are like, well, that's what my parents always called it. I swear that's what it said. It's like, I don't think it said that. I think it was
Yeah.
just like a mispronunciation that just like took over, man, because it's a weird name. I've never heard of anybody named Berenstain before. Like, it's not common.
Yeah.
It's weird, so I could understand a little bit of that. So there's some of them that I'm like,
That's yeah. I wonder too if we're just like collective memory is like being affected by new technology too. Like everything's like, I don't know. There's a lot of like things that we learn that are like things that we learn that are more precise than the way that we learned them when we were kids. I don't know. Like, and I've never been good at spelling, so I'll get all the spelling ones wrong because I'll just like admit, like, I don't know.
Totally. Yeah, even Christy said she totally mispronounced it, which I feel like it's a fair thing to do, especially if it's not something that you're used to hearing a lot of times. Like it's fair.
Was she asking about the theme song
Oh yeah.
that I was talking about?
Yeah.
I don't know how to. I'll just sing it because I don't know how it goes.
Yeah, sing it.
Look at what's happened to me. I can't believe it myself. Suddenly I'm up on top of the world. It's like super cheesy.
That was really cute.
Believe it or not, I'm walking on air. I never thought I could feel so free. Have you heard that song?
I don't think so. Have you typed some of the lyrics into Google and seen what comes up?
No, I'll do it on my. I came up on my thing.
Do it.
It's got a weird name though, like The Most Amazing American, which I don't remember that song being called that either.
Huh. Well, if it was just the theme song for a show, like, how would you know the name? You just hear it.
Right. Let's see.
Yeah, Chrissy said totally a sitcom.
Apple. Yeah, I remember it being a sitcom. I also remember it being on this 70s infomercial that would come on in the middle of the night, like Time Life classics. Because I think it was also like a hit song and a theme song.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Look at what's happened to me. And like I know the whole song, right? Like
The greatest American hero, as what Lady says.
Yeah. Yeah, the greatest American hero. And I don't remember that show or that being the title of the song.
Huh. That's weird. Like, for you to know the song well enough, like, I would imagine you probably have seen it many times.
Well, I didn't actually see the show, but we did watch a lot because we had YouTube, I think. Or maybe we didn't. We just had Nick at Night. I don't remember. When did Google come out? When did YouTube come out? What year?
I don't know.
I feel like it's just always been there. 2005. Okay, no, we wouldn't have had YouTube. So maybe I just didn't know the show.
Yeah, Lady,
But I
you
really
know
don't
that
remember
one.
that.
So, Lady, what do you remember from that one? Do you remember a specific show that was the theme song for? Cast your answers here. I'm very curious.
Who's Lady?
She's Lady Adriel. She is chatting with us.
Hi, Lady. Thanks for confirming that's a real song.
She's awesome. She's
I was about to really trip out there.
Yeah, and she's like, no,
not
real
even-
song, real song.
You just made that up in your dream.
I'm really curious. So I loved a lot of the cheesy sitcoms and stuff, but like that one, I don't know, I don't recognize that one. Hmm. But it definitely sounds like a song from that era. It definitely sounds like a.
And I, on a wing and a prayer, who could be? Believe it, it's just me.
That's great. Oh man,
Song.
what a weird one,
So
man.
she knows that it's called The Greatest American Hero. So it must have been a thing, and I was just
Interesting. You know, I'm
my
part of a lot of these nostalgia groups on Facebook, like these 80s and 90s nostalgia groups, and it is fucking trippy because there's a lot of shit that I totally forgot existed. I completely. Oh, okay. She said it was some guy that was a teacher
yeah.
who got like a cape from aliens or
Hey,
something weird like that.
yeah, he was wearing like the red. No, I'm gonna watch the show now.
Interesting. That's so weird.
It's got like a red outfit or something on. I saw it recently, but I just don't remember. For some reason, I thought because me and my friend memorized the song, I thought we knew the show too. And so did my friend. My friend was like, that's not what that show was. And I was like, well, what was the show? And neither of us could think about what the show was, but we just
Weird.
both knew it wasn't that show.
Huh.
Yeah, he's
That's so fucking weird.
so wait.
That is
I was like, whoa, man.
very strange.
And then we couldn't think of the show. And we thought it was some kind of like Charles in Charge era or like Wonder Years type,
Yeah.
during that period.
But nope.
Kirk Cameron, something.
That guy turned out to be a real interesting piece of work.
What happened with Kirk Cameron? I don't know what happened to
He's
him.
like super uber like fundamentalist Christian guy.
Really?
Yeah. Like got like really hardcore. Like super preachy. And I forgot what he did. There was something he did some kind of like sermon type of thing. Like it was crazy. So apparently the song was on the
What?
Billboard charts. Maybe you heard it on the radio.
That must have been what it was. We just happened to be listening to it around the same time we were,
Like
you know,
watching all that stuff together.
watching.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
False
So
memories, man. It's
it
really strange how our
false memory.
memories can shift and change and we can really believe it as true. I heard something not that long ago too that I thought was very interesting. And I don't know how true I didn't like look into it, but I thought it was a very interesting concept that like you can only remember something as it actually was one time. Once. Like we just had this conversation. I'm remembering it now what we just said 5 seconds ago, but every other time I think about it, I'm thinking about the memory. I'm not actually able to think about the moment. I'm more reliving that memory that I had of it. So therefore, like the game of telephone over time, that things can shift where you can really think that this was an actual thing that happened for sure. But when it comes down to it, if your brain fills in the gaps on things all the time, and if your brain fills in a gap on something, then you have this visual in your head attached to it. Or if you don't have a visual, I don't know, there's some other kind of connection that's there, and then your brain is reliving that as if it is the actual memory itself. So that
That's
I
weird.
found like that was really interesting. I was like, wow, okay, because I do
It's
totally
like you
understand false
can never
memories.
see your face.
Like you can't see what?
You only see reflections of you can't see your face.
Yes,
I've never seen my face.
yes.
For real. I hate that.
That's so interesting that you said that right now because I was talking with a friend earlier and she brought up a quote about how you could never see your own eye. Like you can't see your own eye and you can't bite your own teeth, she said. And I thought that was very interesting, you know? Like that's
Hmm.
true. Like, huh. So you're right. And then you say that where you're right.
I don't like it. Like a complete stranger could walk in here and know a truer version of my face than I will ever know.
Yeah. That's so weird.
I know. And like mirrors, like who can trust them? Phones, you can't trust phones. I look so different on every program and different phones that I'm just like, this is not true of what I look
Yeah.
like, you know, because photographs just like, I don't know. I don't think a photograph can ever be truly perfect, you
Yeah,
know?
mirror is the closest thing that we can get, some kind of like
Yeah.
true reflection. But yeah, there's no way for us to actually see that part of ourselves. It's strange. Ooh,
Oh, we only see the left
Dusty.
dot face.
Mm-hmm.
So only cats can see our face in the dark.
Yes, they can. That's awesome. Yeah, that is a good point, babe. We can never actually see anyone's face. And our face is made up of over 99% of empty space anyway, that you just can't see
Right.
in all of the
Not
atoms.
even a face, the perception of a face from
Damn.
collective consciousness.
Fucking A.
And only in a dimension which could potentially shift at any moment.
I know, right? And the next thing you know, this conversation never happened, but people will remember us having it, but it never happened.
Look at what's happened to me. Sorry. Even myself.
Yeah, he said it was also used on an episode of Seinfeld. That song.
Oh, Seinfeld. I recently went on a big Seinfeld binge.
Did you really?
Binged it.
You know, it's so
Binged
funny
it.
with sitcoms. I grew up in a very sitcom savvy house. My parents watched sitcoms all the time. I watched them. I mean, I didn't know the difference at the time, you know. So I watched like all the Charles in Charge and the, all of that stuff. But as time went on, I just like can't do it. Like the laugh track kills me. It's so distracting and I hate it so much. That's why I like It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia or whatever. Like, don't tell me when to laugh. I'll laugh when it's fucking funny. And they've got like these like cackles that just happen. Like that 70s show. I used to like that 70s show when I was young. I was in high school. Thought it was cool. Now I'm like,
Yeah.
it is so stupid. The jokes are so dumb. And then there's like this whole like cackling from these dumb jokes. And I'm like, oh my God. Then these one liners. I can't
Have you
fucking do it.
heard that thing that most of the people laughing on those tracks are dead now?
Yes. Yes.
They're dead people laughing.
That's so weird, dude. Because they've been using the same ones forever.
Oh my God. There's a new boy in the neighborhood. That's the Charles in Charge one. Charles in charge of our days and our nights.
Yeah.
I thought I could grow up and be a theme song writer for like write theme songs
I bet you could.
for shows.
I bet you could.
No, because now it's all songs that have existed already. Just take them. They don't have theme songs anymore, do they?
God, I
guess
guess.
I'm trying. Some shows do it.
I don't watch any new, like, network shows. Like, I haven't had cable forever. So I watch, like, streaming shows and
Dying.
stuff. But, like, I don't know. That's a good question. Like, are there some new kind of sitcoms and stuff like that? Like, they got it. Don't they have theme songs? Don't they do freeze
Disney
frame?
Channel.
Doing it with their names on it or whatever. Totally. That's it. That's it. Oh man, for sure. That's so
You
funny.
take the good, you take the bad, you take them both, and then you have the
facts
facts
of
of life.
The facts of life. That's so funny. It's so true, man. There's so much stuff back there. We lived with so much interesting shit. Oh, which is what I was talking about before. Some of these nostalgia groups that I'm in.
Yeah.
People are digging deep in some of these groups, man. And I am seeing shit in these groups that I have not thought about for so long, like since I was a kid. Some of these things, like I didn't even remember
Wow.
that these things existed until all of a sudden I'm scrolling through Facebook and I'm like, oh, like somebody posted up today. It was like a watch thing that was kind of looked like, kind of like a big puffy slap bracelet essentially. It was a big stuffed animal watch, and then there was like a big butterfly thing on it. It was like a stuffed animal butterfly guy, and I completely did not remember at all that that existed. And I saw this photo and it came back to me immediately, and I was like, "What?" I did not remember that was a thing. My bike as a kid. If you would have asked me a few days ago, what was your like first bike as a kid? I can remember the ones that I got when a little bit later on, but like as a like little kid, I didn't remember. There was a fucking strawberry shortcake bike with a little white woven basket, and it was posted up, and as soon as I scrolled by, I was like, "Oh, that was my bike." Like, oh my
Oh
God, like,
my God.
what the fuck? Like, there's so many things that I know are still in there. And certain things
Yeah.
prominently stick out when I think about those times. There's certain, like, reoccurring things that I remember and think about. But it's so interesting, memory recall. It's so fucking
Yeah.
interesting. Like, even down to, like, little things. Like, there was this one little fruit snacks type of thing. I don't know if you remember them or not. They were called wrinkles, and it was basically like the
Mm.
extra bits that they cut off of different like fruit snack gummy type of things. And it was in a white package that had like tin foil type of, it was like foil lined on the inside, and you just ripped it open, and it was like all these little like awkward different shapes of like fruit snacks. And we used to get them all the time. I totally fucking forgot about it. Didn't even remember that this existed until I scrolled to the
Wow.
picture. And as soon as I saw the picture, I could immediately taste and smell it. Like
Wow.
immediately. It was an immediate. I didn't have to think about it. I saw it, and right now I'm talking about it. I can smell it, like that very distinct smell when you open that pouch up. What it smells like, and it was like this weird thing where I'm like, that has been in there the whole time for 30 years or whatever. This has been sitting in some kind of like file cabinet in my fucking brain. And then all of a sudden, this image just triggers this immediate, like very distinct taste slash smell. It's just so strange, like what our
Oh,
brains hold on to. Like some of us connect with certain things more. It was more prominent to us, so we might be more inclined to remember it. But some things, they just fall away, and someone else brings it up, and it's like,
yeah. And how come we can remember that stuff, but I couldn't remember Smash Mouth.
right? I know.
Like I was just talking about Smash Mouth like 3 days
Yeah.
ago.
And I a million percent know the band's
Talking-
name is Smash Mouth. Also, it's just all of a sudden it's just like unattainable. But we can remember what wrinkles taste like from, 1991 or whatever, like what the fuck? Long term memory is a really unique thing. It's very unique, which is why it's
Yeah.
interesting. A lot of people that have dementia, they retain their long term memory. They remember
Yeah.
all these stories. Oh, back when I was at the prom, da, 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 and you're like, but you can't remember what you had for breakfast, or you can't remember your kid's name or whatever. But there's something about long term memory that sticks. But when is the line when it converts from short term to midterm to long term? When is it downloaded? What makes something considered long term memory that it actually burns in there? Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Is it a certain amount of years? Is it a certain? I don't know what factors would determine that. That's a really interesting thought.
I think it's super. So my great aunt had Alzheimer's, and she could not remember her husband. She would get jealous of me and my mom. She came to visit me and my mom, and she got jealous of my mom. And my mom's like her niece, and she was like, "You are trying to take my man." She was from France, or she was actually French, and then her sister-in-law was French Canadian, but she couldn't remember all these little things, and that's a long-term memory. Knowing my mom is her niece.
Yeah.
But I was like talking to her about French music, and I brought up Edith Piaf, and she like looked out into the distance and sang La Vie en Rose in perfect French so beautifully. Didn't give a shit who was around her. And it just like came out of her soul. We all cried. We all just started bawling.
Wow.
It was because we were just like, she remembered every lyric perfect in perfect French. She articulated it, and she probably hadn't spoken French in forever because all her family had passed away, and she lived in the United States almost her whole life. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it was just,
Wow.
it was beautiful.
That's
Yeah.
that's
I
awesome
was-
being able to remember that. I heard a story
And she just,
recently about an Alzheimer's person where one of their family members, they were Japanese, the grandmother was Japanese, grew up in Japan, spoke Japanese, but lived in the country for a long time. And her husband was American and spoke English fine for like
hmm
years. And they got Alzheimer's and only spoke Japanese after that point. Totally forgot English. That's a
wow.
weird one.
And that's just maybe because the long term holds on longer because that's when you learn how to walk and talk and
That's
like all
true.
those
Yeah,
memories.
like the fundamental memories on how to be a person
Yeah.
have to stick.
hmm
They have to.
It's like when you're learning all the reptilian things, like how to eat and use a spoon or
Yeah.
articulate,
Wow,
how
that's
to do basic motor skills. Another reason why preschool teachers are so important, you know?
totally. Wow, that's very interesting. Yeah, maybe there's something to that about those that you have to remember the basics. You can't risk forgetting them. And maybe it's like the
hmm
people's happiest time of their life, or maybe it's like, oh, like I'm back at, at the prom, or in my 20s or whatever. Like, I wonder if that is it. Cognitive psychologists consider short term memory to be about
Is it
15
going
to
to be
30
3
seconds.
a.m.? Oh, this person's in a different time zone.
Yes. Aw,
Bye,
Christy
Christy. Thanks
Lou.
for listening.
Thanks for coming and hanging out with us. I think you're the coolest. I'm so glad you're part of our little podcast family these days.
I hope to meet you soon.
Come back on Monday. Actually, wait, this
Meet
next
all your.
Monday. Just a heads up. Let me look at this calendar real quick. Yes, next Monday, I think that we are going to be skipping the podcast just so everybody knows. It's my friend's birthday. And at first, I was like, "What are we doing for your birthday?" And he's like, "Nothing, whatever." And then I was like, "Come on, we gotta do shit for your birthday." And his birthday's on Monday. He's like, "Maybe we can like have a pizza party." I'm like, "Yes, we can have a pizza party." So I think
That's
I think I'm
great.
gonna be skipping next Monday. But Christy, I'm so glad that you are here. And yes, soulmate. If you, I don't know if
Oh,
you are on Facebook or not, Christy. If you are, find me. I'm going to type my Facebook name in the chat. Oh, good. Oh, same thing for Lady too. If any of you guys are on Facebook, please find me and tell me in here what your Facebook name is, so I know it's you. Because I'm gonna be like, who the fuck is this person?
wait. Me too. Me and too.
Perfect. Yes. Okay, so that's
Charles
Brogan.
and Todd. I'm gonna I'm gonna invite if Lady Adriel, is that what it is?
Your guess is as good as mine.
I'm Lady Adriel's gonna go and get invited to my exclusive TV Land Nick at Night club.
Oh, that's awesome. That's so awesome.
There's only 3 people in the club, and it's the original members of my 3-person Nick at
Oh
Night
my god,
TV
that's so
Land
funny. That's
middle school
awesome.
club. Yeah, one kid didn't pass our test and he cried.
That's so funny. Okay, you
And
have
we
a
were just like,
Carol
sorry.
Baskin-esque profile picture. Oh my god, yes. Yes.
Oh no, mine's not.
No, no, no. Christy was saying.
Oh, yours is?
Christy's, yes.
Oh, yours is. I have a fake account that's Carol
No
Baskin-esque.
way.
That's what
Weird.
I have. Oh yeah. It's not like a fake account. It's like one I accidentally created, and I don't know how to get
Oh
rid
my
of it.
god, that's so
Oh,
funny. You were Carol for Halloween. That's awesome. That is so
have you
freaking
seen
awesome.
the part 2,
No, I
season
haven't.
2
No, I
of
haven't
Tiger
watched the
King?
part two.
It's not that great.
I thought maybe it's probably not the first one. I mean, what else was there to
Well,
do?
there's no there's no Joe Exotic. He like anytime Joe Exotic talks, he's like, it's like a picture of him and then like the jail in the background and his voice like, I need to be pardoned. Tell President Trump to pardon me. I was framed. Like that's all you get of Joe Exotic is like his mugshot. Like,
oh my God. I cannot believe that guy exists and then went to jail and that he was actually trying to get pardoned. Like, oh my goodness gracious. God,
these
so
people, I have a theory that Donald Trump would have been elected had he pardoned Joe Exotic. He like the opportunity, he missed that niche group of on the fence voters, the gay Oklahoman.
Oh my God.
Folks.
Yeah. No, you're probably right about that. You are probably
like,
fucking right. Oh my God, you're so funny, dude. Okay, you sent the request. Okay, I'm so. Oh, there we go. I got you. Ooh, good. I'm gonna get to see your face. It's gonna be awesome. Yes, I see your face. It's so funny because everybody gets to see my face, and I don't know what anybody's faces look like. Oh my goodness. Okay, actually, yeah, you've got reindeer antlers on right now. Carol Baskin's gone, but I'm responding. I'm responding. Awesome. Cool. Okay, we are now friends. That is fantastic. Yeah, yay.
They also have they did a remake, like a parody, I guess. So it's like a real movie with someone playing Joe Exotic. And what's her face? Kate McKinnon, is that her name? The SNL comedian.
Oh, I don't know. I haven't watched
playing
Carol forever, but she plays Carol Baskin in
She's
it.
the one who does the Ellen impression on SNL.
I haven't watched SNL since the early mid 90s. Straight up. I've seen like a couple clips that people have posted, but I used to watch them when I was younger and then I thought it was not good. But yeah, that's interesting that they're making a remake.
It's not as funny as when you're a kid.
No, I like the classic
Kate McKinnon's
people. Like I got kind of phased out when they started changing out people. Like when some of like the big people left, I was like, it was not as funny. Yeah. Honestly, I'm a big fan of Mr. Show, like the sketch comedy.
All right.
I love Mr. Show. That kind of got me a little bit more. I felt like I don't know, like comedy stuff. I'm really like hit or miss on comedy because. Like I was saying before, like as a kid, like I thought a bunch of shit was like stupid. Like I felt like you're insulting my intelligence by making me think this is supposed to be funny. Like you're trying so hard to be funny. I can see that you're trying so hard. It's not funny. So like I like really dark, sarcastic humor. I feel like I'm a really sarcastic humor person. I'm not as much as a like comedy, hardy har person. You know, that's just me.
I will take any opportunity. I'm all about cheap laughs. Like I'll laugh at anything.
Okay, you know that's good. It's good if you need a laugh. It's like, not hard.
Laugh at it, you know.
And the laugh tracks don't bother you at all. The laugh tracks don't get you.
Huh?
The laugh tracks don't bother you.
That's my cue.
Oh, that's fucking awesome.
And like it works because I hang out with 13-year-olds all day. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true.
They're funny though. They're genuinely funny. I have these groups of kids that make fun of me and it's hilarious. And they love doing it. Like they get that little bit of power to like clown on Miss Brogan a little bit.
Okay.
You know?
It's good.
Like I had one girl, when you wear that backpack, you look like a 6-year-old waiting for the bus.
That's so funny, dude. Oh my god.
They're always like, how old are you? Like, you know, I'm like, I am 33. Like, oh, I thought you were like 18 or something.
Oh my god. It must be a trip, dude.
It is a trip. They're really.
That's so funny.
Is that a wig? I hear that all the time. Are you wearing a wig? And then I do this.
You're like, no, it's stuck to my fucking head. Okay, good night, Christy. See you later. Okay, and lady, if a Margaret
Well,
friends me, okay, good, perfect. I will know. I will keep that in mind.
oh my gosh, we've been talking for 4.5 hours.
I told you it was gonna go
You're
so
so,
fast.
I love,
But yeah, we can
I love.
wrap it up since it's the end of the night and it looks like people are filtering out. Dusty has to go to bed soon and stuff. But
Yeah, I have to wake up in 5 hours.
yeah, dang. Okay.
Do the standardized wake up time with all the rest of America tomorrow.
Yeah, do it. That
I think
sounds
we were in Greece.
awesome. I know if we were in Greece, you wouldn't have to. Fucking A. Just saying. Greece.
I might be Greek a little bit. My dad's always like, I think we're Greek.
Oh.
Like, we're Italian. We're from southern Italy on the coast closest to Greece.
Have you
So
done
it's
any
very
of the
popular.
genetic tests at all?
Yeah, they change all the time. I don't know if I believe in them.
They change. What do you mean they
I
change?
gave I did Ancestry.com. So they gave me a survey and they're like, were you surprised about anything? And I was like, what do you mean? So I was like, I'm kind of surprised about this. And then they changed it.
What? I've never heard of
Yeah.
that.
I was
That's
like,
crazy.
I'm kind of surprised to know that I'm African. And then they're like, they changed it. So it's like no longer
Interesting.
African.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay, that's weird. I will
Yeah.
say that I signed up for this thing called mytrueancestry.com. And
Mhm.
I did the regular ancestry, and it only goes back a couple generations. It's not a very far back kind of thing. So it
Mhm.
told me what I already knew. I'm like, okay, we're from Ukraine and Romania, Moldova area. Got it. I already knew that. Neat. You take your data and you put it into mytrueancestry.com, and it checks against the
Ah.
archaeological database. So all the
Ah.
excavations that they've done, there's a database of DNA from all of the people that they found throughout the world. So they can pinpoint very
Wow.
specific old stuff, and it shows you how how much percentage of genetic markers you
What?
have with these people. I learned some crazy shit. It was honestly the most like gratifying and validating information that I've ever got in my life, because if I got to choose beforehand, if you said, "Well, what do you want it to say?" That's what it fucking said, and it was totally weird because I never knew in any way that I was ancient Greek, Minoan, Roman, and Egyptian. And it's all the points of history that I am the most intrigued with, that I am the literal like most connected with. I mean, that's what I want to do like
What?
as a scholar. I want to learn about all those things. And I mean, we're talking about moving to
What?
Greece and moving to Crete, which is Crete is a very specific, it's one island, and the Minoans were a very small civilization, and it's like you're straight up Minoan. It's totally,
Is this free? You just sign up?
it's not free. There's different packages that you can get, and you get more information based on which package that you sign up for.
Uh,
I did the,
so you can't upload. It's not connected to Ancestry.com. You have to do a whole
yeah,
another DNA thing.
it's a separate service, but you can just take your data, like the raw data file they call it, and then you just
Yeah.
basically download the raw data and you put it into this database, and it takes a couple minutes, and it says boom, you're connected to these specific people and these specific events that have happened throughout history. Like they can pinpoint you to very
Wow.
specific areas. Come to find out, my genetic line was in Rome, like straight up like Roman people for like I think it was like 11 or 1200 years. Like
That's
like
amazing.
super Roman, where I was like, this is like crazy. Like I can't even believe that. Like, but I've always felt like an honorary Italian. So I was like, well, there it is. It's fucking right there. Holy shit. Who knew? So I would definitely recommend it. I did the $100 package.
Okay, I'm gonna do that.
Oh, your camera turned
I
off.
want to see. I know. I had to take a whiz
Oh,
again.
okay, no
So
problem. um, Yeah, I would totally check it out. It's really interesting. And the one that I got, it has you can have up to 5 different kits. So I got one with that, and I was able to take Dusty's information and Tavia's information and all my friends, and put them in and find out what their information is, and then you can delete it and you can put someone else's in. It was really, 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 really cool. And mummies, I have relation to Egyptian mummies. They were two priests,
What?
Egyptian priests,
That's
like
amazing.
holy people, like holy, sacred
Yeah.
Egyptian people. I have relation to mummies, and that's like all I've felt my whole life. I felt very connected to Egypt, and genuinely, I feel like it's more of a past life connection. I feel like it's deeper than
Yeah.
just like genetic connection. But finding out that there was actually a genetic connection there was like one of the coolest things ever. I just was like so blown away by the whole thing.
I believe that. I can see that and I believe that.
I've been feeling it. I felt the shit.
I think we do connect with maybe there's some kind of like genetic
I
memories. You know what I mean?
absolutely think that there is. I do. I think that genetic memory and past life things are not mutually exclusive, but sometimes they can be. But I think that like
Mm-hmm.
sometimes like past life recall and stuff is can be totally separate than any of your like genetic line. Like I feel really drawn to specifically like the witch trials of Scotland. Like I feel very,
Wow.
very unfortunately very connected to that, and specifically in Scotland. Going to Scotland, it felt like totally trippy. Like I resonated like super hard with it, but I don't have any Scottish in my actual DNA at all. So I think that that was like a separate. That's like an actual like past life memory as opposed to like some kind of genetic pass down. But I think that there is that genetic pass down too that you could totally tap into that I feel like I must have because my love for like Greek and Roman culture, it's like it runs
Mm-hmm.
deep. It runs deep within me. So there it is, you
Right.
know. It's just it's in my blood, literally, and nobody knew. Nobody in my family knew at all because all we knew is like everybody's from Eastern Europe, and that's all we knew. I mean,
Right. Because they only do those based on who's living there now, too. So it doesn't take into
mm,
consideration migration,
right.
you know?
But it's really cool because in the My True Ancestry, there's like these timelines, and it shows you the migration, the progression of your line. So it'll be like, okay, you
Whoa.
start here, and then the timeline moves, and it's like, and then your people went here, and then your people went here, and you guys were here for a long time, and then there's this one little offshoot over here. So somebody obviously left. Like I have like a couple little hits in Spain. So I feel like some of my people probably left and went to Spain, but they weren't like Spanish people. But they show that there
Right.
was some kind of like genetic markers that matched up in these places. But it's yeah, it shows you a timeline. Bam, 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 bam. Coming to America. Boom. It's crazy.
Does
It's
it
super cool.
how long, like how far they can go?
Oh,
Like,
mine
can
went
it go
back a couple thousand
on
years.
Ethiopia or something?
Wait, say that again.
How far did yours go back?
I would say, I mean, the Minoan people was
1,000
like,
years?
yeah, shit. I mean, Minoan civilization, it was 3,500 years ago that they kind
Wow.
of started to dissipate and disappear after the big earthquakes and everything. So it went back at least 3,500 years.
That's
It's
amazing.
crazy. And it's neat because sometimes you're related to royalty and it can show like you're related to these royal people or these gladiators. I had the Egyptian gladiators. There was this gladiator, like I think 8 gladiators that were found. And interestingly enough, my relation was with the Egyptian gladiators and some of the other gladiators on the list. Tavia and Dusty both had relation to the Scandinavian based, like the white people, basically, the white gladiators. So like our ancestors were
Wow.
probably fighting with each other at some point, doing this gladiator battles and stuff. I was like, what the fuck?
That's
It's
crazy.
crazy. It's really crazy. Dusty was on
Yeah.
Floki's
That's really intense.
exposition, or that's not the right word. Expedition to Iceland. Like when they went and founded
Oh, I gotta
Iceland.
do this.
It's so worth it. I did the $100 one, and it was the Caesar package or something like that. You might not have to do that. You could do a cheaper one if you want, but you can always upgrade
Hmm.
afterwards too. They're like, hey, you did the thing. Do you want to upgrade to a more thing? So you could always start with a cheaper one and just see what information that you get, and then move forward. It's
Does it do your all the way up to your recent, or is just all ancient?
I believe I can't recall right off the top of my head right now. I think it does. I think it goes all the
That's
way
so cool.
through the whole thing.
See, I have a theory that my family are gypsies because I have like several aunts who look like straight up like they're from India, you know? They're very dark
Hmm.
complected. They have very dark hair and they almost have this just kind of like gypsy thing going on.
Hmm.
And when my grandmother was young, all the all the kids and made fun of her and they're like, "You're a gypsy."
Weird.
They all call her gypsy.
Which
Yeah.
now, I mean,
But she's like,
it's
"We're
weird,
not
but now
gypsies."
the gypsy is like considered like a slur at this point, because, but
Yeah.
interestingly enough, that what we think of as gypsies were actually they were Romanian. They weren't Indian at all. They were white Romanian people. It's the Romani, like the
Mm-hmm.
Romani people. They were these traveling uh, Romanians that
You can't
are
see
are
me on here,
are
can
yeah, that are
you? Okay.
most.
I'm like, this other camera's getting some weird angles with
No.
me and my cat here.
That's so funny. But yeah, look into that.
um,
Check out the Roma or the Romani people.
yeah.
It's interesting. Yeah,
Wait, so they're not connected to India at all anymore?
not as far as
Like
I
they
know.
decided to
No, well, what we know as like the traditional like gypsy people, you know, is
yeah.
specific to a like a race or a sect of Romanian people. Yeah.
Oh,
But apparently they don't like the word gypsy because gypsy was used to
right.
basically insinuate that they were like thieves and swindlers and stuff like that. So,
Yeah, that makes sense.
but
They're just nomadic.
yeah, which
Another
honestly,
one of
like
those things.
if when I hear the word gypsy
Standardizing.
or say it, like I don't have that connotation to it, but I want to respect their culture, and they have been like,
Oh,
hey, maybe you just don't call us that because it makes people think that we're swindlers, and I'm like, okay, fair enough, I got you, I totally understand,
yeah.
I get it. I actually saw a thing on Facebook about
No,
that today.
totally. I
It's
mean,
funny.
that's how my grandmother, they like called it as a slur. It wasn't like a positive
That sucks. That sucks. I don't know. I think
term.
nomadic
Yeah.
people are amazing, and I think it's very something to be very proud of. I think being nomadic, but yeah, if you're known as
I
like
feel,
robbing people on the road all the time, that's probably not a very good, not a good look.
yeah. Um, I feel nomadic in my heart. And even though I can't travel around because of my custody and everything, I feel like I've been traveling, like moving jobs or like changing things about my life because the stagnation would drive me insane, you know? Like, I'm not the kind of person who's gonna be able to just sit in one job for 20 years.
Yeah. No, I could not do it either. I could not do it.
You
Okay.
gotta go.
Yes. Dusty's like,
I'll
I
let you
gotta
go.
go to
I could
sleep.
talk to you forever.
Well, we can always end transmission too and just continue our conversation if you want. Well, you have to wake up in 5 hours, so that's true. I don't want to keep you because you do actually have to be a person. But we can continue this one soon if you want
I don't want
to. I know. I know. You got to do the thing. Got to be a responsible adult.
to.
But let's definitely talk again soon. I'm so glad you were able to come on. This was so much fun. This was so awesome.
I know.
I knew we would
That was
talk about
so
a million
interesting.
things, you know? Like, we're just going to talk about a million things and see where the conversation goes. It always goes in fun directions.
I know. I definitely want to do a podcast too. So maybe I'll have you on my podcast next.
That would
I'm
be
going to
great.
start one.
That'd be awesome. Are you going to do it live on Twitch? Because you totally should.
Well, I was kind of checking out the format, because that's kind of how this came up. So I was like, well, let's see what the format's like here. Because there's a bunch of things you can do podcasts on.
Yeah.
I like the Twitch format. I think it's chill.
I think it's awesome, especially because people get to interact with you. It's really nice. They get to be
Yeah.
part of the whole thing. And then you can take the video afterwards. And if you want to, you can edit the video and then you can put it on YouTube edited. So you can still have it be whatever you want in the end. But I personally really enjoy the community aspect. There's a really great community on Twitch. There's a lot of really fantastic people, and I've met so many of them. And it's so nice to see people being so supportive. I mean, at one point we had like 18 people on tonight at one time. Like for a while, it was pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
You're
Yay.
awesome. I love you.
You're awesome too. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And normally we raid a channel, but since there's only like 2 of us in here, we'll just end transmission. We don't have to raid tonight. But yeah, Dusty said watch a few other channels on here and see what it's like. The format is so much better than live streams on YouTube or other platforms. I agree. I agree. It's pretty cool. So thank you for coming now. Thanks for being here with me. I appreciate you. And I think, Lady, I think you're the only one left in there too, besides me and Dusty. There's some other random people that it says in the chat or in the list or whatever. But Lady, I love ya. Mwah.
Thank you.
You're the best. Thanks for sticking it out the whole time. You're a true warrior. And Dusty, yep, I agree. Come see us as soon as you can. You're going to stop breaking your hips. You're about to come out here and you broke your damn hip.
You guys come see me.
I totally would love to. Can I?
Come to Santa Cruz.
I'd love to come to Santa Cruz.
Totally.
You know what? Maybe when the weather's nicer, I'll figure that out. And that would be awesome. Take a road trip down there.
Yeah, I live right between Santa Cruz and Monterey.
Perfect. And I have a convertible, turbo, Mini Cooper. What a road trip car. It's perfect.
And we could go to the aquarium.
Oh, that's the best.
And the Salvador Dali Museum.
Yes. I would.
And we could go antiquing.
Yes.
Or look at haunted Monterey.
Yes. Oh, you're saying all the right words right now. That's making me want to get in the car right now. That's awesome.
Yes. And I don't know. Do you drink beer?
No. Dusty does, though.
No. Okay.
I like
There's some good beer
boba
spots.
tea, though. You got boba tea out there? Because then you got me.
I can get you some boba tea.
Okay, girl. Yep. I'm in. Count me in, then.
All right. I love you.
I love you,
Bye.
too. Good night, chat. And good night, Brogan. I love ya. All right, we'll see you guys. I'll see you again soon, chat.
Later.
Bye.